Story 1.
Andr Kalos had a rule: never leave home after dark. Unlike the law-abiding residents of Budapest, who were also deterred by nighttime walks, he was never known for his upright character or respect for the law. Yet numerous acquaintances and the few friends he had all noted a deep-seated habit, one he had carried since his youth: returning home before nightfall. No matter what they tried, there was even a bet once for a crate of beer. They never succeeded in coaxing Andr out late in the evening, let alone at night. He would brusquely, even rudely, cut off any attempts to loosen his tongue, fueling the wildest of rumors. One thing was clear: Andr had been afraid of the dark ever since he started stuttering. The old-timers of Kispest were reluctant to discuss the matter with the younger crowd, but the grim silence that followed whenever the topic was brought up confirmed the essence of their suspicions. Something terrifying had happened that day, something that fundamentally changed Andr's outlook on the world. Andr, who had vowed never to speak of the traumatic events that had so drastically affected him, nevertheless remembered them all too well. Every evening, staring out into the courtyard from his fourth-floor apartment in a drab, Soviet-era block, he would lose himself in memories. He fell into a depressive state, drowning the waves of primal, overwhelming fear with strong liquor. Of course, such a withdrawn and self-destructive way of spending his free time didn't win him any favor among family or friends. His wife, tired of complaining about his bad temper and drinking habit, had left with their child 3 years ago. Andr, preferring solitude, barely interacted with anyone outside of a few neighbors he sometimes played soccer with in the schoolyard, and his mother, who was almost constantly drunk. Andr's friends, fellow drunks, knew a bit about his mysterious habit. Yet, despite their love for gossiping in front of the younger crowd, they never gave a straight answer to the inevitable questions that arose. The secret, veiled in the same somber silence as a theatrical curtain, belonged to those stories that are far more bearable if left untold. In such cases, discussions laced with suggestive hints and ominous silences provided a diversion from the otherwise monotonous life in a run-down neighborhood. But as always, such tales were usually nothing more than accounts of petty, sordid crimes. After all, that's how it was in a quarter filled with gray, anonymous buildings inhabited by mostly down-and-out, unremarkable people. It's worth noting, however, that Andr Kalos's dark secret was no different from many of the countless others, except for a few peculiarities that always catch the attention of those who believe in the afterlife and in supernatural beings. Everything happened during the era of the legendary Zultan Erl, and the story of Andr Kalos and his fear of the dark is inextricably tied to Erl and the tragic fate that befell him. In the days following the tragedy, the trembling drunks of Kispest, the only witnesses the investigation could find, spouted such unbelievable nonsense that the police, cursing them to hell and back, refused to take their statements. It's easy to understand the police in such circumstances. What's curious, though, is that soon after, a thick, impenetrable veil of silence descended over the events. People stopped talking, each retreating into their own fears, and now no one was willing to share them. The first to fall silent was, of course, Andr Kalos. It's hard to find a shred of truth in the chaotic stream of idle talk. However, in connection with Kalos, certain phrases were heard repeatedly. Andr used to be completely different when Erl was around. He never stopped talking. Shut everyone up. Or, the golden pistol will still take your money and your metal. Even years after his death, the name of Zultan Erl still evoked reverence in Kispest. He had become a captain back in the distant 1990s, when Hungary, finally free of Soviet occupation, seemed ready to breathe freely. But after the euphoria of the first days of democracy, the realization slowly set in. German occupation, fueled by Deutsche Marks, the euro didn't exist yet, instead of tanks, was no better. The majority of the population quickly plunged into poverty, unable to earn anything at the shuttered factories where wages were paid in the devalued forint. Anything essential for life could only be bought with marks or dollars, and earning hard currency involved only the most humiliating and dubious methods. Hungarian products, so valued by the Russian occupiers, proved non-competitive in the West. What saved the people of Budapest during those years was the catastrophe that had befallen the former Soviet Union. From the east, tens of thousands of half-starved illegals, laborers, builders, and of course, waitresses and dancers, as Ukrainian and Russian prostitutes were called, poured in. They all arrived with their own overseers, managing them like livestock. These thugs, eager to flaunt their connections to the still powerful special services of the former USSR, behaved recklessly, weaving a tight, sticky web of control over the post-Soviet world like a deadly noose. Not everyone accepted the new invasion. There were those willing to fight back. In men like Zoltan, who had broken free from the old world and defiantly challenged the wave of nightclub-owning invaders, Hungarian society saw the future of the nation. Zoltan himself was the embodiment of masculine strength. Tall, broad-shouldered, it seemed he could sweep aside anyone who stood in his way. His low, broad forehead, under which small, mean eyes hid, harmonized perfectly with his prominent jaw, which enthusiasts of racial theories claimed was a sign of exceptional willpower. Gathering around him other athletes, wrestlers, weightlifters, and boxers, Zoltan quickly set up his own business. His group dealt in smuggling stolen Mercedes cars from Germany, selling them to Ukraine. In return, he received a steady supply of women, eager to work nights without breaks just to escape their homeland, infamous for the Chernobyl disaster. Of course, business wasn't always smooth. There were shootouts. The streets of Kispest were often rocked by explosions at night. Hand grenades and rocket launchers were used. In the ensuing armed conflict, Zoltan eventually emerged victorious. He eliminated his main competitor, a gang leader from western Ukraine, forever earning the love of the people of Kispest. The body of Petro Krivinsky, nicknamed Smokey, disappeared without a trace into the dark waters of the Danube. Zoltan, who had once controlled only a group of taxi drivers, now had more than 100 fillies and about a dozen bulls ready to use force at any moment. He controlled the heroin trade, and small business owners turned to him for protection. As time passed, Zoltan grew fatter, but his imposing figure never became flabby. Regular exercise allowed him to stay in good shape. In memory of the far more violent times, he always carried a Glock 17. The rectangular body of the pistol, as those who knew Zoltan claimed, was adorned with gold-plated panels. Because of this, the phrase "to see the gold" became a bad omen. Understanding the situation, many passers-by in Kispest hurriedly removed their gold jewelry when Zoltan's men blocked their way at night. In those distant days, Andr Kalos was just a kid, one of many who hung around Zoltan and his guys. He preferred skipping school in favor of working out at the gym and running small errands for his idol. Among these tasks, which toughened the boys into real men, one of the most honorable was finding new victims and gathering information on them. Tracking various scum, as Zoltan called his future victims, was a badge of honor, and Andras spent many hours doing what would one day earn him genuine respect. One such scum was Aunt Margit's new tenant, a student from Tatabánya. The student called himself Vilmos, and every morning took the metro from Kobanya Kispest station to attend classes in downtown Budapest. One day, after a failed attempt to bum a cigarette from Vilmos, Andras noted the typical city-dweller accent. A strange kind of scum. Stepping aside, he joined his friends to share his thoughts. Too old for a student and doesn't talk like he's from the countryside. "What do you know about students?" grumbled Imre. "Part-timers study even into their 30s. Some are older." "Yeah, if they're like you and keep getting held back a year," Andras shot back, his tone full of venom. "He's just a student," Karoli, 12, said impatiently. He was 6 months younger than Andras, who had already turned 13. Andras promptly shoved him in the shoulder, hard enough that the boy nearly fell. "Idiot. If they say he's scum, then he's scum. Now we find out the rest." They all fell silent as Vilmos passed by, heading toward the metro. "Freak," Andras muttered after him. If things escalated and the student retaliated, they could always claim the word wasn't offensive and wasn't directed at anyone specific. But Vilmos said nothing, which only confirmed he was nobody, just a weakling. "He's just a punk," Miklos, the blonde-haired one, said, repeating something he'd overheard from an adult. "What's the point? He probably doesn't even have any money." "Maybe it's not money we need," Andras said mysteriously. "You mean like, make him our boy?" Miklos laughed. Andras nodded with utmost seriousness. "Something like that. In a month I'll probably be giving him a red cigarette, you know?" "Oh, you're one to talk." Miklos, using his size advantage, gave Andras a shove, but lightly. Andras had the favor of the golden pistol, and the others knew it. Andras pushed back harder, relishing in the fact that he was tougher. They jostled each other a bit more before turning on the physically weaker Karoli, who got pushed around by both. Eventually, Imre joined in the playful fight, which amused everyone except the victim. When they finally stopped, red-faced and out of breath, Miklos suddenly asked, "Hey, you think Fat Portish would be interested in this?" Portish was the head of the Kispest police. To suggest that Zultan Erl was an informer was an insult. "You're the rat." Andras punched Miklos in the face. The boy staggered, blood trickling from his lip. A fight broke out, and Miklos got the upper hand, pinning Andras to the ground and slowly squeezing his throat. "Who's the rat?" "You! You're dead!" Miklos squeezed harder. "I'll kill you." Andras felt his strength ebbing away. It seemed like his eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. Eventually, Miklos let him up and offered a truce. But it was too late. Pushing away the outstretched hand and shoving poor Karoli again, Andras stormed off to the gym. He planned to tell Zoltan everything. The boss would be furious when he learned what Miklos had dared to do. He found Zoltan the next day. Upon hearing about the fight, Zoltan laughed. "That's nothing. I'm just testing you boys, seeing what you're made of." Andras was ready to burst into tears. "So you're not going to punish him?" The thick eyebrows of the boss shot up, forming a triangle on his rectangular forehead. "For what? You hit him first." "But he called you a rat." Andras knew exactly where to place the emphasis. Erl grimaced and turned away. "He just beat you up, and you're complaining like a child." "And even if I am complaining, I fought for you." Andras wasn't about to back down, not when he'd suffered for a righteous cause. "That's true," Erl smiled indulgently. "All right, let's see what we can do about it." With that, they parted ways. Andras eagerly awaited what would happen next. He didn't have to wait long. The word of the golden pistol was as solid as steel. That very evening, as they loitered by the entrance, chatting about random nonsense, one of Erl's bulls approached. Calmly finishing his cigarette, Andras would remember the brand for life. Marlboro. He stepped up to Miklos without saying a word and suddenly punched him in the face. The force of the blow sent Miklos to the ground, and as it turned out, he lost 2 teeth. "Snitch to the cops again and we'll kill you," the bull said nonchalantly, and walked away. At that moment, Andras stood at the peak of triumph. He was the first to help his defeated enemy up. "Zoltan hears everything. Maybe it was Karoli who ratted you out?" As he spoke, Andras barely contained his smirk as he met Miklos's eyes. Miklos turned away, spitting blood as he accepted the outstretched hand. Andras's authority among his peers soared after that incident. They would respectfully pat him on the back, saying what a tough guy he was. Erl even let him hold his golden Glock once. At the same time, Andras's responsibilities grew. He was now trusted with leading a small group made up of his younger neighbors. One such task was to apply constant psychological pressure on Vilmos, who, it turned out, was a student at the Faculty of Humanities at Eötvös Loránd University in Budapest. Vilmos was seriously studying history, clearly aiming to become an archaeologist. Every time he stepped outside, they had to provoke him, and if he reacted, they were to report to the older boys. They, as Erl promised, would deal with the pedophile with full justice. It was a gray autumn morning, cold dew clinging to the air. The rusty spring-loaded door of the building creaked open, and out came the thin figure of Vilmos, wearing a faded blue hoodie and worn black jeans. As usual, he headed toward the metro station, and Andras quickly fell into step beside him. Pulling ahead slightly, he whispered tauntingly, "Is it true you're a queer? I'd give it to you." He ended his sentence with a mockingly drawn-out moan, imitating the sound Zoltan's girls made when faking orgasms. One of them, long-legged Erzabet, lived just nearby. She would soon enter the picture once Vilmos felt suffocated by fear when he'd begin to believe they would rape him. Andras grinned. That was just the beginning of what awaited Vilmos. His flirtation with Erzabet was only the first step. What seemed to the student like the only way to preserve his dignity was, in reality, a trap set for his downfall. Zoltan had hinted, in fact, practically promised Andras, that Erzabet would be the first girl to invite him into her bed. Vilmos, however, merely snorted something in response to his whisper and kept walking. In the following days, things seemed to be progressing. Vilmos, the future archaeologist, had clearly noticed Erzabet and began to show her signs of interest. She, as expected, responded with ambiguous answers, keeping the flame of hope alive in her admirer, while maintaining her distance. When the boy and the girl finally exchanged cell phone numbers, Andras allowed himself a smug smile. Now he just had to report everything to Erl. Erzabet also had to regularly inform her pimp, but as experience had taught, strict control was essential in such matters. If you didn't keep a tight leash on the prostitutes, they would quickly scatter. Zoltan had drilled that into him many times. Proud of the important role entrusted to him, Andras hurried to the boss. 2 left turns, a crossing at the narrow one-way street, and there they were. Those familiar gray steel doors leading to the well-known basement. Noticing there was no padlock on the door, Andras felt a surge of excitement. He was lucky to catch Zoltan during his morning workout. He descended the concrete steps into the musty room, dimly lit by a single bulb under a cardboard lampshade. Andras punched the hanging heavy bag near the entrance as he approached Erl. The boss was sitting on a bench near the weight rack. After a brief greeting, Erl did another set of reps. Andras stood ready to spot him. As Zoltan's hands trembled and he grunted through the final 6th rep, Andras positioned his fingers under the barbell, ready to assist if needed. But there was no need. Erl sat on the bench, his massive chest heaving. Sweat dripped from his thick neck, his enormous biceps bulging under the damp shirt as he shook out his arms to relax. Andras wrinkled his nose at the stench of stale sweat that seemed to permeate the unheated room, but then thought. Part of that stink came from his own hard work, and of course from Zultan. With a force of will, he summoned his anger to suppress the homosexual attraction that surfaced unexpectedly, even landing a few punches on the heavy bag as he'd been taught. It didn't go well. Apparently, he couldn't bring himself to feel angry toward Zultan. Zultan moved to a different station. With foam padding between his neck and the bar, he crouched under the barbell set at shoulder height. Grunting, he squatted 6 times, then slowly, allowing Andras to assist, returned the weights to the rack with a loud clank. "I'm going to be like Arnold," Zultan bellowed, then turned to Andras, his tone shifting. "All right, what's up with that scumbag Vilmos?" "He's wagging his tail," Andras replied, mentally evaluating Zultan's workout. It seemed today was a circuit training day for the boss. Zultan grinned widely. "He'll get his tail handed to him unless he's real sweet on that girl, huh?" They laughed. "Aunt Margit's been chipping away at him bit by bit." "He's ripe," Zultan continued. "You won't see the whole picture of this student, but I'll show you the best part, how he grovels on his knees." Erl ran his massive hand over Andras's head, making him grimace with a grin. "Kispest is ours." From the interrogation record of Julia Koltai, librarian, age 26. Question: Are you well acquainted with Vilmos Kovac? Answer: Yes, well, that is, not really. Question: Please give a more precise answer. I meant, I know him better than most of the other visitors to the library. But of course, no. Question: Not as close as you'd like to be, huh? Are you married? Koltai seems visibly flustered. However, she soon regains composure and firmly, defiantly meets the investigator's gaze. Answer: No, I'm not married. Nothing ever happened between me and Kovac. Her voice trembles, as if she's on the verge of tears. Question: But you were interested in Kovac. Describe him. Answer: Vilmos is attractive, I guess. In fact, his appearance is quite pleasant. He's of medium height, well-proportioned, neither burdened with fat nor overly muscular, not bony either. His face is oval and balanced, his nose straight, with wide nostrils that don't detract from his overall look. His eyes are black, like obsidian, in stark contrast to his very pale, delicate skin. He has a high, slightly convex forehead, which suggests intelligence. His black hair is a little curly. I think he could use a haircut, but it actually suits him. Question: When did you suspect that the documents under the name Kovac were forged? Answer: I was registering him. Everything seemed fine. Kovac, Vilmos, or whatever his name really is, always came only during my shift. I took it as a sort of personal attention. Question: Please give a precise answer. When exactly? Answer: Oh, on the day of his last visit. Now, the 2nd of November. Question: Did something happen? Were you disappointed in Vilmos? Answer: You could say that. I guess that's the best way to put it. Kovac took a medieval manuscript in one of the Eastern languages, Farsi, I think, and started reading it aloud. It was a bizarre, almost shocking scene. He was rocking back and forth, ending his words with sharp, guttural outbursts. We'd never seen anything like it here. I was about to call security when he suddenly looked at me and smiled. Such a soft, warm smile. I instantly felt at ease. He immediately returned the manuscript, asked me to check its condition, and left. I haven't seen him since. Question: was that event what prompted you to report it to your superiors, or was there another incident? Answer: we're required to report things like that. It's part of our duty. As far as I know, it was the deputy director who provided Kovac's passport details to the police. It turned out that... Question: thank you, Miss Koltai. Please refrain from discussing this unpleasant incident with anyone. And going forward, be sure to scrutinize visitor documents more carefully. We'll be in touch. They say even walls have ears. While that may be an exaggeration when it comes to walls, they, like Atlas, silently bear their load, keeping ceilings from collapsing. It's entirely true of people, and of all living beings, really. For them, curiosity about what an enemy, or better yet, an old friend or close confidant, has said is second nature, especially when it can lead to gaining an advantage. This is the essence of intelligent creatures, or at least those striving to prosper at the expense of others. However, in the case of the spell uttered by Vilmos Kovac in the reading room, it would be appropriate to trace all the links in the chain that connected him to his inquisitive audience. The thing is, the information traveled an implausible, fantastical, and scientifically denied path. Few would believe that the spider dangling in its web in the ceiling corner had consciously perceived the vibrations in the air caused by Kovac's voice. Nonetheless, the tiny eight-legged creature quickly abandoned the reading room. After traversing a tremendous distance by its standards, it reached the doorway, descended to the floor, and exhausted by its journey was immediately struck down by a cockroach. The red antennae of the victorious insect twitched, as if their owner was in deep emotional turmoil. Finally, after some deliberation, likely surprising even itself, the cockroach set off toward the stairwell. Climbing numerous steps, it reached a glass door, an enormous obstacle it couldn't overcome on its own. Still, the insect wasn't discouraged. Like a dog waiting for its master, it settled nearby, awaiting an opportunity. Within 5 minutes, a small, frail man in a tweed coat pushed the door open from outside, struggling with all his weight. The cockroach seized the moment and, defying common sense, exited the warm building. Its rashness was soon punished. After barely covering 5 yards, it became the prey of a brown rat, whose curious triangular snout had emerged from a nearby burrow. The rodent, having just started its feast, suddenly abandoned the cockroach's body. As if recalling something, it dashed off, its tiny legs moving rapidly along the sidewalk. It changed direction several times, following the layout of the streets, but its path seemed to lead east. By the time it neared the city's outskirts, its strength was nearly spent. Night was falling, and in the deepening twilight, it was hard to spot the winged shadow that swooped down decisively from the treetops. A sharp squeak, and the lifeless rat, clutched in the talons of an owl, was lifted into the sky. However, within moments, the owl released the still warm corpse, and with a powerful flap of its wings, headed east. Its long flight, aided by favorable winds, ended in the early hours before dawn. The owl landed on the wrought iron fence surrounding an old Gothic-style mansion. The bird sat for a while, resting from its long journey, blinking its massive golden eyes in a daze. Finally, the darkness beside it quivered like a rippling curtain. A giant bat, twice the size of the owl, lunged at it. The airborne predators filled the night with the sounds of their battle. The owl fought fiercely, despite its fluffy chest now stained with blood. The bat's long fangs sank into the owl's throat, and it was no longer able to resist, its feeble attempts at fighting back proving futile. They landed together on the ground. The unequal fight was over. Where the motionless owl lay, a tall figure rose to full height. It bore little resemblance to a bat, except for the blood spots on its pale, human-like skin. The blood dripped from its long, wolf-like fangs, soaking into the loose-fitting black cloak with a cape. The man, with a strikingly handsome face adorned with a thick mustache, stood out with his fiery gaze. His long, ringlet-curled hair hung loosely over his shoulders. Yet in his forceful, angry movements, there was no trace of playfulness. With a casual flick of his hand, he almost tore off the squeaky iron gate, revealing another contrast. His superhuman strength did not match his slim frame. Taking broad, soundless steps toward the front door, he disappeared into the unlit mansion just before the first rays of the sun touched its surface. From the interrogation record of Margit Antal, housewife, age 49. Question: what is the source of your income? Answer: I rent out a room to out-of-town tenants. Sometimes I sell things at the market. Question: what is it? It is recorded here that in 1987 you were prosecuted for violation of laws. Answer: that's all in the past. I now live a quiet, God-fearing life. Question: the investigation will determine that. How did you meet Vilmos Kovac? Answer: he came in response to an ad. When I'm looking for a new tenant, I write them myself on little pieces of paper and put them up on the poles. Question: are you referring to this ad? Answer: let me take a look. Yes, that's the one. Question: the handwriting doesn't match yours. We checked. It was written by your underage niece, Timea Herzl. Answer: yes, Timea often comes over to help me. Question: she's already been detained for prostitution. Are you aware of that? Answer: we live in difficult times. Question: we'll come back to that. But remember, we have enough evidence to charge you with pimping again. Now tell me about Vilmos, who recommended him to you. Answer: he really did come through the ad. I can even show it to you. I asked for his passport, copied down his name, last name, address, everything by the book. And let me remind you that I was the one who reported Vilmos's disappearance. Question: on the very day we had already dispatched an officer to you. You merely persuaded him to wait while you wrote the report. Interesting. How did you manage to do that? Answer: ask him. Question: we will. Perhaps we'll visit you and your niece as well. Now, about Vilmos. What were his habits, his interests, his tastes? Who did he associate with? Did he meet with your niece or perhaps visit your bedroom at night? I want to know everything, especially anything unusual. Answer: Vilmos was very quiet, reserved, though polite. He paid his rent on time. Every day he went to the city center for his studies, or so he said. I believed him because he really did study. He carried textbooks and other books, made notes. He didn't spend time with Timea, and our conversations were brief. As far as I know, he didn't drink, although he did smoke, and I always made him close the door to the hallway and open the window. A girl. He was acquainted with Erzabet, you know, that tall, skinny one, always in stockings, even in the cold. She lives in the next building. That's all. Though wait, no, hold on. Question: something else? Speak up. It could be important. Answer: I know the police don't usually take such stories seriously, but given the circumstances. Question: go on. And remember, your fate is in our hands. Answer: all right. Listen. Last Sunday when I was at church, the young man who called himself Vilmos Kovac, let's continue using that name until his real one is confirmed, didn't attend church on Sundays. The newly revived religious fervor among the Magyars, much like a fashion too expensive to afford, had passed him by. Still, his Sunday routine hardly reflected idleness. Waking up as usual at 7:30, He performed his morning exercises, washed, brushed his teeth, ate Aunt Margit's breakfast, boiled eggs, buttered bread and tea, and then buried himself in his books. Aunt Margit, having changed her clothes, soon slipped out the door, promising to return by noon. For her, as for many other Kispest housewives, the weekly church visit was a perfect chance to gossip. Dressed to the nines, they showed off to each other, discussed pressing national and international matters, and wove minor intrigues, really, no different from millions of other parishioners across Eastern Europe. The slow progress of cable television in these countries, combined with the rapid collapse of party committees, had revived the church as a more ancient form of public entertainment. To Vilmos, that's exactly how it was. He spent his own time on things far more meaningless, or so it seemed to the average person, studying palmistry, astrology, and an ancient, now lost dialect. The existence of this language, with its vocabulary and phonemes that had so astonished Julia Koltai, was hotly disputed by most linguists. The few scholars who disagreed, however, stubbornly defended their position, despite the lack of a native-speaking nation, scant written records, no relation to any known language family, and most importantly, the impossibility of deciphering the available texts. As you might guess, Vilmos belonged to the latter group. Moreover, he was one of the few who, having made progress in unraveling ancient texts, was in no hurry to share it. To him, the words inscribed on papyrus and parchment, the most recent of which dated back to the 18th century, were neither gibberish nor code. He knew that this was the language of demons, a language with magical power. The text only made sense if the reader knew the phase of the moon and the position of the stars at the time of its writing. If the author also took into account their own bioenergetic traits, partially reflected in the intricate lines of their palms, then, under certain conditions, one could expect the success of any magic performed using those spells. All of these spells were of an ominous nature. The one Vilmos had read aloud in the library, which, as you recall, raised serious concerns from the previously friendly Koltai, was called the Great Spell of Transformation. Along with the power it granted to those brave enough to recite it, the spell had a dark, truly terrifying side. Black magicians and sorcerers are rarely troubled by the wickedness required to achieve their goals. What had struck fear into them for centuries was something far more innocent-sounding. Only one initiate of this spell could exist at a time. It wasn't hard to imagine that this person was the most dangerous and ruthless of all servants of darkness to have ever walked the earth. Vilmos, whether out of carelessness, recklessness, or some other reason, initially hadn't paid much attention to that particular passage. It wasn't until he spent time alone with the old, tattered, leather-bound volumes that he began to arrive at truly unsettling conclusions. The bearer of the spell already existed, and their power far exceeded Vilmos's modest abilities. Worse yet, by uttering the words long forgotten, he had challenged someone who had likely already planned his gruesome demise. Despair gripped Vilmos's heart with an icy hand. He stood up, opened the window, and lit a cigarette, gazing distantly at the bleak view of Kispest. The dying autumn landscape, with its few bare trees and yellowing grass, perfectly complemented the lifeless concrete outlines of the buildings. The black strips of asphalt connecting the structures looked like haphazardly thrown packing tape, abandoned mid-task. Suddenly the sound of a door lock clicking startled him. However, his fear proved unfounded. Aunt Margit had returned from church, but something had clearly disturbed her, and sensing trouble, Vilmos quickly finished his cigarette. He stubbed it out in a tin can of water and hurried to the hallway. Aunt Margit, unnaturally pale, indeed seemed frightened. It took Vilmos considerable effort to get her to speak. She hadn't even been able to confide in her friends, fearing they'd accuse her of violating the moral standards of the community. Her obvious fear was palpable, along with her need to share what she had seen. The terror of the unknown, made worse by the threat of gossip, held her back. Yet Vilmos's atheism, which the landlady had inferred from his habits, became the deciding factor. "I entered the naos," she said in a weak, barely audible voice. The place was packed, not even room for an apple to fall, and the crowd pushed me to the right. There, near the wall, under the old fresco of the Savior delivering the Sermon on the Mount, I found a free spot. I began to pray, but after a while I felt as if someone was watching me. The sensation was so strong that while trying to remain proper, I began to glance around discreetly. My eyes fell on the wall, and I froze in silent horror. The Savior was looking directly at me, and his gaze, it was that of a living person. Vilmos nodded sympathetically, encouraging her to continue. She smiled in gratitude, feeling supported. His face slowly, almost imperceptibly changed. The features became sharp, predatory, like those of a falcon or a hawk. The beard disappeared, leaving only a mustache. The eyes, large, expressive like a cat's, blazed with a wild fire. I had never seen such strange eyes before, somehow repulsive, but at the same time mesmerizing. His gaze drew me in like a magnet. She let out a wretched moan, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Oh, Vilmos, what a gaze it was. You wouldn't understand. You're a man. I was ready to die for him, to give up my immortal soul just to hear him speak to me. Only to me." She sobbed desperately. And then I noticed that his face was smeared with blood, stained by it. I sensed, deep inside, that it wasn't his blood, that it belonged to someone else, most likely a victim. My eyes were drawn to his lips. Oh, how I wished they could touch mine. And I saw sharp white fangs, just like those of a wild animal. I ran out of the church, completely out of my mind. What now, Vilmos? What will happen now? She grabbed his hands, gazing intently into his eyes as if searching for an answer. "You wouldn't believe the doctors, Aunt Margit, though any one of them would say it was a hallucination, caused by a temporary lapse of reason." His voice remained calm, even as her nails dug into his wrists, leaving red scratches. "The Church denies the possibility of the devil or his servants appearing in God's houses." He paused meaningfully. "But you know the answer, don't you?" Her face, distorted by fear and anger, came closer, her voice demanding. "You won't like it, Aunt Margit." Vilmos withdrew his hands and stood, moving toward the kitchen door. "I know who it could have been. Someone crowned and dethroned many times over. A prisoner of 2 kings, a famous military leader, not a Hungarian, but a pillar of the kingdom." "Who was it?" she burst out. Vilmos, watching her intently, saw how her face flushed. He let the silence stretch, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. "You've heard his name many times. Despite his numerous horrific crimes, the Orthodox Church has allowed him to remain on consecrated ground, to appear in church, if he so desires. His merits are that high. But I'm Catholic." She recoiled, her face turning as pale as death. It seemed Aunt Margit had begun to understand who he was talking about. Vilmos hid his smile, adopting a more sympathetic expression. "Yes, that's true," Vilmos sighed. "However, it's possible he enjoys privileges granted by the Council of Florence." Vilmos left the kitchen. Returning to his studies, he soon heard sobs through the wall, the sobs of a disgraced, hopelessly infatuated woman. He arrived in Budapest in the dead of night, and, hailing a taxi, headed for the most luxurious hotel in the city, The towering doorman, dressed in a uniform adorned with gold braids, was startled when his hand felt as though it had been clamped in an iron vise, as the man in the tuxedo slipped him a large denomination bill. "I'm never here. For anyone." The new guest graciously informed him of his preference. Flashing a dazzling smile, he walked into the lavish lobby. His polished shoes sank into the red velvet carpet, and the bellhops elbowed each other, eager for the chance to carry his bags. The concierge, equally rewarded with a generous handshake, summoned the manager. It was clearly a matter of great importance. The manager appeared immediately, cracking his knuckles as he quickly assessed the situation. Without hesitation, he offered a luxury suite, and the man readily agreed. "Will you be staying long?" "No, I'm just here to take care of a matter, or rather not a matter, a misunderstanding, a minor, unfortunate mistake. That's what brought me here." His accent and manner of speaking struck the manager as unusual. Suspecting he might be dealing with royalty, the manager stretched his mouth into a fawning smile and, smoothing his slicked-back blonde hair, opened the registration book. "And how shall we address you?" he asked, summoning everything he'd ever read about nobility from the recesses of his memory. "Vlad," the man said simply. Adjusting the pristine bow tie of his tuxedo, he removed his silk gloves and, tucking them into his top hat, began to play idly with a silver-capped cane. The manager broke out in a sweat. He had only ever seen such people in films. Out of the corner of his eye, however, he noticed the large diamonds set into the man's gold cufflinks. There was no doubt this new guest was fabulously wealthy, and that excused any eccentricities. "And your last name, sir?" the manager asked, straightening up, his hands gesturing helplessly. "Ah, my last name." The man laughed, his voice clear and melodic, and shook his long, curled hair. "I'm usually called Quizzically, if that means anything to you." Judging by the expression on the manager's face, some vague suspicions stirred in his mind, but he quickly dismissed them. Filling in the remaining fields, he handed over the registration book for a signature. The man who had introduced himself as Vlad left a broad, ornate flourish. Twirling his cane as he walked, he headed toward the elevator. An unexpected turn, and the words spoken with hidden menace nearly caught the manager off guard. And yes, most importantly, their gazes locked. "I'm never here. For anyone." In his suite, the man wasted no time, diving into the strangest activity the hotel's security staff had ever witnessed. Watching Vlad Quizzically on the monitor connected to the hidden camera, they were shocked to see the guest draw a circle on the floor and inscribe a symbol inside it before abruptly standing upright. At the very moment Quizzically uttered a short word in an unknown language, the hotel's power went out, and the image vanished from the darkened monitor. Cursing loudly, the shift supervisor, Dinesh Horvath, sent one of his men to figure out what had happened. When the power was restored, it turned out Quizzically hadn't lied. He was truly gone from the room, gone for everyone. The wind ruffled the curtains through the wide-open window, beyond which the lights of the night city flickered. However, Vlad's mysterious disappearance had been preceded by a conversation with the entity he had summoned through magic. Considered ancient even when humans first built Kedingir, or Babylon, their first great city. The spirit, which appeared at his call, could instill terror in any mortal with just its appearance, but not in Vlad. A prominent ally of evil, Vlad stood calmly, arms crossed over his chest, addressing the terrifying, wavering figure before him. "You summoned me. What for?" The voice of thunder echoed in Vlad's ears, unheard by anyone else. "I've been challenged, my lord. Someone is attempting to master the great spell of transformation. I wanted to know if you were aware of this, and whether I've incurred your displeasure through some careless act or thought." The demon laughed, and Vlad trembled from the pain that shot through his body. "You brought it upon yourself with your caution, Vlad. It's been a long time since you last stepped out of isolation. I have found a young adept, compliant, energetic, and capable." "I'll have to kill him, my lord," Vlad replied, his voice humble but resolute. A coarse laugh was his answer. "Go ahead. Kill him 100 times if you wish. But remember, his vow will become your burden. You'll have to finish what he began in haste, without thought, to its conclusion." Vlad nodded grimly, as if hearing something he had long suspected. "And what vow will fall to me?" The demon exhaled a flame toward him, and Vlad bent over as though in pain. "You forgot to call me lord." Softening, the demon gave Vlad a sly glance. "It's no easy task, and it was taken up by a madman who's unlikely to succeed. But you, with your experience and skill—" "I understand, my lord," Vlad sighed wearily. "The choice is yours." The spirit laughed maliciously, then vanished. Shrugging, Vlad effortlessly jumped onto the windowsill and opened the window. Below, the illuminated street, with its cars and streetlights, stretched out. He stood there for a second, as if lost in thought, closed his eyes, and stepped forward. The young man who had unknowingly challenged a being with an infamous history waited for nightfall. He could feel the power of the great spell of transformation working, and it intensified as night approached. By the time the moon rose, it would be in full effect. With every passing minute, as the sun sank lower, the changes in his bones and muscles, altering the very structure of his cells, sped up. The spell would work, one way or another, though this might be the only time. Vlad would fiercely defend his privileges, and in their clash, only one would survive. An inexplicable melancholy gripped Vilmos. What is life? Does Vlad truly live? And could his own existence be called life if his body's physiology were to change irreversibly? As with any scientific experiment, only empirical experience could provide a definite answer. He laughed bitterly. His previous life was over. He'd had enough signs to know that. Sent by forces so powerful that resisting them was pointless, they signaled that the time of transformation into a new form was near, and perhaps the transformation would only be a transitional stage. If he failed tonight, his spirit would be sent to places where he would endure the most terrifying tortures imaginable, and they would last forever. In the morning, a terrified Mrs. Antal had told him that she had seen blood everywhere, on the walls, on the floor. The sight of scattered innards had left her in a near catatonic state. When the vision had vanished, it had taken her hours to recover. And then Vilmos had heard the blood-curdling scream again. Rushing to the kitchen, where the landlady had been trying to heat some food, he had seen long, repulsive white worms, up to 8 inches long, crawling toward the paralyzed woman. The putrid stench, forcing him to cover his nose, came from a pot of spaghetti that had undergone a grotesque transformation overnight. It had taken considerable effort to get rid of the slimy, foul creatures. Finally, after crushing the last worm and making sure it had stopped moving, Vilmos had been able to catch his breath. He sent the unfortunate landlady to her bedroom, where, judging by the sounds, she alternated between praying and weeping. He then tried to make sense of the situation. Vlad was pushing him out of the corner he had hidden in, while simultaneously demonstrating his power. Vlad's abilities were immense if they allowed him to not only inflict visions upon Aunt Margit, but also bring them to life. The next step from his adversary would be even more dangerous. Aside from the obvious threat Vlad posed, Vilmos had another obligation to fulfill. a debt owed to someone far more terrifying than even 10 Wallachian princes combined. Sweat broke out on his forehead. To think things through, he sat down on a stool with black steel legs that poked out from beneath the seat like the legs of a giant spider, covered in a woven rope cushion. His mind raced. There was still a chance of great success, if only one of his bold assumptions, based purely on guesswork, proved true. But what were the odds? He smiled humorlessly. This entire endeavor was an act of desperation, a doomed attempt to stand against a vastly superior force. The more he struggled, the deeper he sank into the dark mire. Surely Aunt Margit had already reported his passport details to the police, or at the latest, she would do so in the coming days. If they conducted a thorough check, they would discover that the photo had been pasted over the original. It wouldn't take long for the police to uncover his real name, since he came from a nearby area where many people knew him. To be honest, he also had distant acquaintances in Kispest, and it was his burning hatred for one of them that had driven him to these strange and mysterious actions over the past few months. Some of them had even sent shivers down his spine, causing his hair to stand on end. The young man, who had almost bid farewell to the name Vilmos Kovac, glanced once more at the fading sun. The orange orb, nearly swallowed by the jagged stone and brick landscape of the residential district, cast its final, faintly warm rays. Night was coming, and everything would change. He felt an unusual surge of energy. No, not quite energy. On the contrary, a wave of weakness and drowsiness, as if he were sick, and his thoughts moved sluggishly. At the same time, something deep inside him grew stronger. It controlled his body with startling ease, as if against his will, giving his movements a strength and precision he hadn't known he possessed. The animal inside him was awakening. The dark, primal instinct cast off by humanity in prehistoric times when they embarked on the path to civilization. Now, roused from its long slumber, it grew in strength and size, magnified by magic, promising only tragedy and death in the future. Still, as always, he could say that he had no choice. Shaking his head, the tenant glanced at the clock. Less than half an hour remained until his meeting with Erzabet, who had finally agreed to a date. Erzabet. The thought of her revived his spirits. She reminded him so much of someone who was no longer here. He stood up and began pacing nervously around the kitchen. The thought of what he had to do filled him with dread. And yet, looking into Erzabet's eyes and imagining the other woman in her place, he couldn't turn away from the path he had chosen. In the end, he thought with bitter cynicism, the greatest evil he would commit would be against himself. The young man who called himself Vilmos took one last look around, then put on his hat and jacket and left. He knew for certain he would never return for the rest of his belongings. Erzabet, sitting at her vanity, carefully applied mascara to her lashes. The upcoming events didn't worry her much. It would go just like it always had. She would lead Vilmos to Old Kispest, to Karoli Kos Square, where the old 2- and 3-story buildings, with their crooked, creaky wooden staircases and filthy hallways, were tightly packed together. He would begin to cling to her, and she, while encouraging his male instincts, would reject his most forward advances. Finally, she would let him take her hand and lead her to the Boyer Martin bar. Tonight, an old friend of Zoltan's would be bartending. All Erzabet had to do was wait for him, Zultan, the golden pistol, to make his grand entrance. It would be, as always, like a deity appearing. Wielding his heavenly thunderbolts, Zoltan would quickly teach the provincial student a lesson, drag him outside, shove him into the shadow of an archway, and the boy would fall to his knees. He would accept blame, promise to pay his debts. It was a simple matter. In time, she could even count on inheriting some property from the foolish boy. The girl smiled innocently and began applying eyeshadow. She thought about Vilmos. He was handsome enough. His black hair and eyes paired well with his pale skin. He was slim and shorter than her, especially when she wore heels. But Vilmos was also intelligent, educated, polite, and respectful. In short, he was the complete opposite of Zoltan. Taking out a tube of lipstick, Erzabet giggled. Vilmos might be charming, but Zoltan would deal with him quickly. Still, who knew? Maybe she would see him again, under different circumstances. After all, property documents didn't come so easily, even for a backwater like Tatabanya, where Vilmos had supposedly come from. Oh, the drama yet to unfold. Accusations, scenes of violated honor and betrayed love, fake pregnancy tests. By the time all this was over, Vilmos would have found himself a nice, respectable girl from a good family. Someone insufferably prim, aloof, and invulnerable, like a fortress. But of course, no idiot, not even one from Tatabanya, would choose a prostitute like Erzabet over such a girl. Still, Vilmos would have to pay the price, and with interest. Erzabet's pretty face twisted into an unpleasant grimace. All men were the same. It would probably be better for Vilmos if he escaped with just a few bruises and disappeared from her life. But judging by the importance Zoltan and his backers had placed on tonight, things were much more serious. Something about Vilmos hinted at a secret. Or perhaps the daddies just had no one else to demonstrate their power to. She winced, recalling the aging, bloated men who only got excited by seeing girls with boyish figures, and almost swore under her breath. Zoltan was a monster. One day they'd find him at the bottom of the Danube or dumped in a trash heap, hands tied behind his back, with a bullet through his skull. She felt a chill. What would happen to her then? She was already 22 and still unmarried. Who would want a prostitute? Whenever someone showed interest, Zoltan would come and shake them down for money. If there was no interest, there was no money. It was a vicious cycle. The thought of turning 30 one day, unable to earn enough to support herself and her parents, filled her with fear. With a sigh, Erzabet stood up and adjusted her bra, which tugged uncomfortably at her blouse. "It's just business, dear Vilmos," she thought, forcing herself to push away any pity for the student. She slipped into her favorite bright red leather jacket and ran off to meet him. At Boyer Martin, despite the late Friday night, the bar was mostly empty. Perhaps it was because Hungary was only just beginning to climb out of the deep pit of economic crisis. The residents of struggling Kispest, once a town in Budapest's sprawling shadow, couldn't afford many luxuries. The bartender, a large, blue-eyed man with hands as soft as a woman's, nodded to Erzabet, an old acquaintance, and poured 2 mugs of beer for the young couple. Frowning, he demanded immediate payment. "Balaz is strict tonight," Erzabet giggled, crunching on some chips. She was tall for a girl, not quite tall enough for modeling, but with a great figure. She made up for her small chest by showing off her wasp-like waist, swinging hips and long, slender legs. Tossing her permed and colored hair, she immediately began to hypnotize Vilmos with her gray eyes. He smiled and relaxed, starting to talk about himself. Right away, it struck her as odd how his story about being from a provincial town didn't match his noticeably refined accent. "What are you studying at university?" she asked, with almost genuine curiosity. Vilmos smiled weakly and pushed his beer aside. "I'm studying to be an archaeologist." "You mean you dig up graves?" Erzabet laughed. He accepted the challenge, launching into a story about his future profession. "Well, sort of. Excavation is an important part of the job, but it's not everything. You have to be able to properly evaluate the finds. That requires complex dating techniques, including equipment analysis, fluorescence, radiocarbon. He hesitated. Well, I get that you're not an expert yet, but is there anything interesting about it besides tests? He smiled shyly. Well, you also have to know history. Great. Tell me a story then. About the great knights of the past or the brave hussars. Vilmos couldn't help but glance at her legs, encased in nylon stockings. He chuckled. If you insist. But the heroes we know from our school textbooks weren't nearly as noble as we were taught. Oh, if you only knew what scoundrels today's knights are, despite their golden pistols, Vilmos said. He took a sip from his beer mug and placed it on the rough, scratched table. His brow furrowed as if he was rummaging through his memory. Hussars! Hussars as a type of cavalry were created by Matthias Corvinus, but according to several respected historians, he borrowed this type of light cavalry from the Wallachian voivode Vlad III, or Dracula. Dracula invented the hussars? No way. Yes, he did, Vilmos replied condescendingly. His hussars were known for their bravery and cruelty. In 1462, near Targovista, they defeated a massive army led by Mehmed II. A daring and decisive night attack caught the Turks off guard. The Sultan himself barely escaped. The next morning, when the Turks regained their senses and advanced toward Targovist, they found the capital of Wallachia deserted. But on the road leading deeper into Vlad's lands, they discovered the bodies of soldiers from their separate 20,000-strong corps. Impaled on stakes, their bodies left such a terrifying impression that the Sultan ordered a retreat. She smiled in awe, her eyes wide. Amazing. And this was all very serious, wasn't it? Vilmos nodded importantly. As serious as it gets. It was believed that the Turks were unstoppable. Vlad's hussars proved otherwise. Many of them were his slaves, Roma whom he had bought or taken from their parents when they were young. He raised them with wild, chained animals, teaching them only one thing, how to kill. Erzabet chewed a few chips and washed them down with beer. Remembering how many calories the drink had, she cautiously pushed the mug aside. So he was a vampire. Vilmos nodded energetically. Many of the legends about vampires and werewolves in Wallachia and Transylvania are actually based on real events. The atrocities Vlad and his Hadduks committed under the cover of night. Vilmos spoke with confidence, having spent weeks studying the subject in the public library. As for whether he was truly a vampire, that's a much more complicated question. Vlad indulged in evil and literally bathed in blood, terrorizing both enemies and allies. I believe that during his debaucheries, he and his followers didn't shy away from cannibalism, much like the Crusaders who retook Jerusalem from the Arabs. Erzabet looked at him with interest. So they all went savage? Yes, they were consumed by a certain flame, willing to do anything to achieve their ultimate goal. Strictly speaking, from a historian's point of view, Vlad Dracula wasn't the Antichrist at all, but rather the opposite, a religious fanatic. Erzabet noticed the strange intensity in Vilmos's voice, as if this was something deeply personal for him. Vlad, like his father, belonged to the Order of the Dragon, a peculiar sect that existed in the Balkan region, possibly from ancient times. At that time, the order united the most energetic princes and nobles, merged with the Orthodox Church, and actively fought the Ottomans. Less than a century before the Battle of Targovist, a member of this sect, the Serbian Milos Obilic, killed Sultan Murad Dran at the cost of his own life on the Kosovo field. Erzabet arched her back, thrusting her small chest forward as far as it would go. Then why is Dracula considered a servant of the devil? Every movie. Vilmos smiled. There are two versions. The first is purely political. Hungary had its own interests, and it aligned with the Catholic Church. Of course, its rulers used the dirtiest methods to undermine the authority of the Orthodox Church. For example, during the siege of Constantinople, the Turks broke through the walls with a huge cannon cast by a Hungarian named Urban. And it was Matthias Corvinus, king of Hungary, who arranged things so that the defender of orthodoxy, Dracula, was left alone against his many enemies, who eventually lynched him. By that time, however, the king had already received a large sum of money from the Pope, supposedly for organizing a crusade that, of course, never took place. I see. But there's another version. Vlad truly dabbled in witchcraft and black magic, with the devil as his main ally in all his endeavors. After their defeat at Targovist, the Turks nicknamed him Kazikli, or the Impaler. After Vlad's death, this nickname entered the Romanian language, and he became known as Tepes. Many believe that Vlad still exists today. By consuming the blood and flesh of his victims, he remains one of the most dangerous sorcerers. His power is boundless. Unlike werewolves, who depend on the phases of the moon and against their will turn into mindless beasts, Vlad can consciously transform into a wolf, a bat, even manipulate inanimate objects, and who knows what else. Erzabet casually brushed her foot against his under the table. That's quite a story, Vilmos. But can Dracula be defeated? He smiled faintly. No one has succeeded so far. But I have an interesting theory. As he accumulates power, he also becomes more vulnerable to something that could be deadly for him. She leaned back in her chair and waved her hand dismissively. I know. A cross, a stake, sunlight. Even Buffy could handle him. Vilmos's face grew deathly serious, his jaw clenched. You have no idea what you're talking about, Erzabet. Hearing her name, the girl flinched. Vlad's power is immense, and all those methods are mostly ineffective. The chronicles murmur darkly about the horror that has haunted the people of those lands for centuries, and no one has managed to do anything about it. Erzabet was silent, fear flickering in her eyes. However, I can boast that I've found something that may well be Vlad's Achilles' heel. Vilmos fell silent, and an awkward pause followed. Finally, Erzabet regained her composure and dared to speak. Interesting. Are you religious? No? No, he answered firmly, lost in his own thoughts. My story is different from Dracula's. That's not what I was asking, the girl laughed. Erzabet suddenly thought he might be connected to the Serbs. After all, it was a Serbian terrorist who once shot the Austrian prince, starting World War I. That would explain the interest the daddies had in some student. Hey, does the Order of the Dragon still exist? Vilmos forced a weak smile. Good question. In a way, I'm searching for its traces myself. But here in Budapest, I've only found vague hints of its continuity. And in Tatabánya? We're not in Tatabánya now? Vilmos shrugged. But you could say that since the Order of the Dragon descends from serpent cults of prehistoric times, its members, those in local associations and secret societies, still fight evil and enjoy a certain respect in society. You know, status. He made a crude gesture mimicking male genitalia. And Erzabet, feigning innocence, raised her eyebrows dramatically and turned away. And you could say they still exist here. Of course they should wear expensive jewelry like large gold chains. Erzabet giggled, imagining what the golden pistol would say about that. It was clear. Vilmos had some connection to the Serbs, or maybe he was even a Serb himself, who had come to Budapest under fake documents to establish ties with the local underworld. If that was the case, he was in for a rude awakening. The Danube was deep, and it knew how to keep secrets of mysterious disappearances and murders. A black car pulled up to Boyer Martin at dusk. Neon lights seemed to caress the sleek, shark-like body, flashing off the windows and chrome details. Zoltan parked in plain view of Erzabet, but she, not wanting to scare off her client, pretended not to notice his arrival. The 6-cylinder turbo diesel, with a scratched-out serial number, growled one last time and fell silent as Zoltan climbed out. Dressed in a black leather jacket and jeans, he heavily planted his feet in short boots on the cobblestone. His gaze swept the area, noting the movements of his underlings, including the very young Andras, who appeared from the shadows like wolves ready to assist their leader. Zoltan saw nothing threatening in the scrawny student from Tatabánya. Still, safety first. It was this adherence to rules that had earned him his status in the criminal world. Zoltan approached the bar door and yanked it open with both hands, flinging the double doors wide. Every movement of his large body exuded raw physical strength, an unstoppable force capable of crushing anyone in its path. However, as he looked at Vilmos, he worried more about not breaking the boy's bones with a clumsy gesture. At this stage of the game, while the client was still proud and hadn't acknowledged his debts, caution was key. He didn't need any trouble with the police over some. Nodding at Balazs, who was calmly wiping down the counter, Zoltan approached the pair without asking permission, and sat down next to the student, nudging him aside with a light push of his shoulder. Erzabet went pale and gave a strained smile. "This is Zoltan, my boyfriend. I told you about him. Zoltan, this is Vilmos." If Vilmos had been allowed to speak at that moment, he would have said that Erzabet had indeed mentioned someone named Zoltan, and once even talked about having a boyfriend. However, there had been no mention of a towering thug showing up unexpectedly, which made the surprise complete. "I'll deal with you later," Zoltan growled at the girl, glaring threateningly at her. "And who's this? You two in love?" Erzabet quickly gave a brief report. "Vilmos is an archaeologist. He's looking for the secret order of the dragon. They're Serbian Orthodox terrorists." Zoltan, listening to this nonsense with a contemptuous smile, turned his gaze to Vilmos. "So you're a terrorist? A bomber?" He slapped the student on the shoulder, nearly knocking him off his chair. "My granddad was a Croat. We don't need Serbian killers here." Two of Zoltan's henchmen entered the bar, also sporting the same short-cropped, almost bald haircuts and leather jackets. Sitting at a nearby table, they created a barrier, making it clear to the other patrons that they shouldn't get involved. There was still Balazs. Suddenly, the bartender raised his meaty hands and shouted, "Zoltan, no fights! No fights in this place, you hear me? I don't want the cops showing up." Zoltan flashed a wide smile. "Come on, Balazs. We're just talking, right, kid?" Vilmos, clearly frozen with fear, couldn't muster a word in response. "And even if we have some disagreement about the lady, we'll step outside and settle it like real men. Isn't that right? You're a man, aren't you?" Zoltan smiled encouragingly at the student. Vilmos gave an unsure nod in response. Erzabet stood up, her face full of annoyance and anger at the two aggressive men. "I think I'll be going now." Everything was going according to plan, Zoltan thought, mentally praising the girl. But he still had a part to play. Grabbing her hand with his meaty paw, he hissed menacingly, "Wait for me in the car, idiot, and don't you dare smoke in the cabin." With that, he handed her the keys. Erzabet sighed and gave Vilmos a sorrowful look. Shrugging, as if lamenting that he didn't have his own BMW, she wiggled her hips and clicked her heels as she walked away. At the door, she struck a practiced pose, turned to cast a final inviting glance, and then, shuddering, she almost stumbled. Vilmos's face had changed, becoming unrecognizable. His eyes had suddenly turned pitch black, even the whites darkened. Shaking her head, trying to dispel the illusion, she looked at his eyes again, only to find they were gone entirely, just gaping voids. A scream caught in her throat. The hoarse sound that finally escaped was more like a cough, drawing everyone's attention. Even Andras, who was already inside and grabbing a Coke from the fridge, lost his composure. The bottle slipped from his hand, shattering into countless pieces on the floor. "Hey, kid. You're paying for that." Balaz reacted immediately. Andras glanced at Erzabet, but she was already gone. Shrugging, he turned back to the bartender. "Yeah, I'll pay, Balaz, don't worry. I'll even grab another one." Andras, speaking with a slight hint of indifference, found an empty table and casually opened a second bottle of Coke, using his plastic lighter to do so. Balaz, cursing the kid under his breath, swept the bubbling puddle on the floor with the mop several times, then began to collect the shards of glass. Zultan glanced in disbelief at the student sitting next to him. "What did you do to scare her, you idiot?" When Vilmos turned to respond, his voice was unexpectedly steady and calm. "I've been wanting to meet you, Zultan, because I've heard a lot about you. Maybe you've heard my name before. My real one, I mean, or maybe you haven't. Either way, our meeting has finally taken place." His words, full of self-assuredness, made the bald-headed guys sitting nearby turn their heads. The brigadier gestured impatiently for them to stay put. "And besides, seeking revenge on you, Zultan, and correcting what you've done, I'm looking for a special person, a ruler, a man whose weapon is not made of iron, but of gold." Sultan's jaw dropped in shock. He instinctively felt for the Glock tucked in his waistband. "I need such a man to complete a ritual. And you, Sultan." The student suddenly raised his voice, drawing the attention of those around. "You possess a quality that can only be found in Budapest." "And what quality would that be?" Sultan asked, barely containing his irritation. The situation became clearer. Erzabet had spun some tale for this student, and he must have brought a knife or pepper spray with him. The student definitely didn't have a gun. Aunt Margit had searched his belongings several times and never found anything like that. It's the stupidity of the last idiot on earth, who thinks he's smarter than everyone else. The patrons, already paying close attention to the conversation, turned away again. The boy had just signed his own death warrant, and there was nothing anyone could do for him now. Andras laughed silently and hunched his shoulders, as he used to do in school when he'd pulled a prank on the teacher, like sprinkling chalk on their back. It was damn hard to keep from laughing, and he covered his mouth with his hands. Sultan shook his head, grinning as well, and hit the student so hard he fell to the floor. When Vilmos got up, his gaze was clouded, blood streaming from his nose. "No fighting here?" Balaz shrieked hysterically, like a woman. "Get out." "Shut up." Sultan knew the bartender was just building an alibi for himself. At the same time, he was throwing the student out onto the street, where he would have no hope of help. But Zultan couldn't stand being spoken to in that tone. As for Vilmos, or whatever his name was, his assignment came from the powers above, and given the circumstances, Zultan had no choice. Still uncertain whether he should kill the crazed student or just break his jaw, Zultan Erl, the king of Kispest, stepped into the night. From the interrogation of Vilmos Kovacs, aged 22. Question: Do you often visit Budapest? Answer: Not really. Question. How often? And please don't make me drag it out of you. Answer. The last time was this summer. Before that, in April. Question. So by your account, you weren't in Budapest last week? Answer. No, of course not. Wait, my passport's been found, right? Question. Tell us more about how you lost your passport. Answer. It happened in April. I had come to see the national football team match. I filed a report at the time. Check if you don't believe me. Question. We will, of course. Under what circumstances did you lose your passport? Answer. Don't write this part down, please. Well, some creep came up to us, called himself Ernest. He offered to rent us an apartment for the night, promised weed, girls, all for a relatively modest price. Said the passport was needed as collateral. He also took a deposit and went inside, saying he needed to talk to his mom. He said she was shy and wouldn't go stay with his sister unless she was sure. Well, that was the last we saw of him, and my passport. The courtyard turned out to be a shortcut. Question. Ernest. Describe him. What did he look like? Answer. Like anyone else, I guess. Dark hair, medium height, his face was kind of waxy. I'd recognize him if I saw him again for sure. Question. Here's a photo from a security camera. Does this look like him? Answer. That's definitely him, officer. Question. Good. Don't forget, this is a murder investigation, and if you've lied about anything, you'll immediately become a suspect, with all the consequences that follow. Answer. Murder? Question. Don't ask stupid questions. The doors slammed shut behind Erl. Andras, still chuckling at the student's stupidity, waited for a minute, then began to gather his things, afraid of missing the most interesting part. To distract attention from his true intentions, he even pretended to notice something important through the window, on the side opposite from where Zultan and his victim were heading, and walked up to the bar. When he paid, the fear in Balas's eyes was clear. The bartender had realized he was dealing with a rising protege of a terrifying authority figure. A cold breeze swept across Andras's freshly shaved head, making him feel like one of the big boys. He walked about 10 paces, far enough that no one could see him from the bar, and then turned back around. Now, he hurried toward the place where the drama would unfold. Excitement filled him. The boy stalked through the darkness, avoiding the few pedestrians until Zoltan's BMW came into view. Bathed in the bright light of a nearby street lamp, it seemed not to reflect light but to emit its own glow, a radiant symbol of criminal success achieved in the murky depths of history. Erzabet sat in the passenger seat, smoking through the slightly open window. Andras fixed his gaze on a nearby archway, where the student from Tatabanya was likely whimpering for mercy right now. Behind him, he heard footsteps. 2 fighters from the bar, his backup, were leaving. After saying their goodbyes, they also walked away. No one expected any trouble from the student. Everyone was just concerned with their own alibis. Zoltan, used to bulldozing his way through things, clearly didn't care. Andras smiled in admiration as he watched the scene unfold under the archway. Zoltan had just bunched up Vilmos's jacket and lifted him with one effortless motion of his left hand. His right still held a lit cigarette. Andras covered his mouth again, unable to suppress his laughter. He also caught fragments of a conversation he technically shouldn't have heard. Ernest? Who the hell is Ernest? Zoltan growled in a low, animalistic voice. She didn't introduce us, unlike Erzabet, the student rasped. Maybe you don't remember her. Clara Shechenyi. The name rang a bell for Andras. According to Erl, that chick went completely off the rails. A few months ago, Clara had taken her own life. Never heard of her, Zoltan said with finality. Now you... Suddenly, a horrifying, deep scream tore through the night, filled with agony. It couldn't have come from the frail student's throat. To Andras's utter shock, it was none other than Zultan Erl, the Golden Gun, who was screaming. Andras craned his neck, trying to see what was happening, but in vain. Zultan and Vilmos, had retreated into the shadows. From there, strange and unsettling noises echoed. Erzabet, however, had a much better view, and the sight must have shocked her to her core. The door of the BMW clicked open, and with wide, terrified eyes, Erzabet leaped out. She ran past Andras without even noticing him, barely recognizing her surroundings. Less than 10 yards away, she tripped and fell. Scrambling to her feet, ignoring her bloodied knees and torn stockings, she took a few more steps, then fell again, smashing her face on the asphalt. Screaming in fear and frustration, she kicked off her shoes and clutched them in her hands, continuing to run, vanishing into the night. Andras, torn between fear and curiosity, slowly moved forward. Soon, 2 figures came into view, 2 bodies belonging to men. Well, no, one of them wasn't a man. The teenager shrank back, trembling, and took cover behind the BMW. From there, everything was clearly visible, and between him and the deadly danger now lay a small but crucial distance. The car itself served as a barrier, a steel anchor to reality. That anchor, thin as it was about to snap. What Andras saw was too unbelievable, too horrific to comprehend. Hovering over Zultan, who lay sprawled on the asphalt, was a creature that had once been Vilmos, the student. Zultan's limp hand twitched now and then. The creature, a living nightmare, had long, razor-sharp claws, which it must have used to kill Zultan. His body was nearly torn in half. The creature's muzzle, filled with massive fangs, grotesquely mimicked a human face. Its ears had grown larger and pointier, like those of a dog, though unlike a dog's, they weren't covered in fur, which made them even more repulsive. The creature's hair hadn't disappeared. It had turned into coarse bristles, like those covering a wild boar's body. Its bare, filthy gray skin made Andras sick. The creature was doing something to Zultan, something not good. Andras heard a disgusting crunch. The skull, crushed by powerful jaws, revealed its contents. There were more sickening slurping sounds. Something flashed, and Andras was forced to turn away from the gruesome sight. Ready to run for help, he suddenly saw something that had consumed his desires and hidden envy for the past 1.5 years. That thing, Zultan's prized possession, a symbol of his high standing in Budapest's night world, interested Andras far more than the BMW or girls. The Golden Gun. The 17-round Glock, lavishly adorned with gold, lay just 5 yards from Andras. Its owner, whose lifeless body was being devoured by Vilmos Ernest, apparently hadn't even had time to use it. The savage beast had ended his life in an instant, leaving him no chance. The expensive mechanical toy with its fully loaded magazine had rolled across the asphalt and now lay there, waiting to be picked up. Andras's spirits lifted as he could almost physically feel the weight of the gun in his hand, his finger pressing against the unexpectedly stiff trigger. If he shot this monster, werewolf or vampire, it would die, whether on the 1st or 10th shot. Any court would acquit a minor caught in such a situation, and at worst the sentence wouldn't be too harsh. With that thought, Andras began to carefully, as silently as possible, inch toward the coveted Glock. The creature, meanwhile, had cracked open Zultan's skull and was feasting on his brain. Between the revolting chewing noises, Andras heard words, strangely distorted but still clear. German steel, gold, the foolish scheme, the spell must work. Madness filled those words, But wasn't the whole situation pure madness? A crazed nightmare brought to life? Andras forced himself not to dwell on the thought that perhaps this was all a figment of his imagination. He focused on the gun, now so close. Grabbing the Glock, he would need to act fast, pull back the slide, and open fire. There was no safety catch, but the first shot would require extra force. Zoltan had explained that to him once. That was it. The bullets would tear this abomination to pieces, and no vet could save it. The creature fell silent. Andras, feeling his knees weaken, barely stayed on his feet, then slowly raised his eyes, already knowing what he'd see. The demon's eyes, as if it had crawled from the depths of hell, were staring straight at him. Burning with green fire, they seemed to suck the very life out of him. It felt like this would last forever, or at least until the creature finished him off. But then, in the next moment, everything changed. A third party interrupted their silent standoff. Andras heard the flapping of wings, sensed a rush of air, and, like the werewolf, glanced to the right. There stood a man, seemingly materializing out of nowhere, elegantly dressed, with a mysterious smile, like James Bond. But the smile didn't suit him at all, not with fangs protruding from his lower lip. Andras thought he'd heard something bad about this man before, something very bad. Still, compared to the ugly creature that had just killed Zoltan, the newcomer seemed much more pleasant. Prince Vlad III, the man introduced himself, adjusting the flower in his lapel with an exaggerated flourish. The creature retreated into the shadows, only to return as Vilmos once again, the eccentric student renting a room from Aunt Margit. "The meeting I'd been waiting for, Your Highness. I managed my first transformation after all." The prince laughed, a cold, unsettling sound. "And your last, if I may be so bold. This seems to be tied to a completely different job as far as I'm aware." The student smiled. It was a nervous smile, but a human one, and against his will, Andras felt a pang of sympathy for his enemy. "The Lord of Hell is unexpectedly talkative. I take it he offered you a deal. You'll have to take over my contract." "Do I have a choice?" Vlad shrugged. "Of course not. Moreover, I'll rid humanity of you at the same time." "Oh, how bold," purred Vlad. "May I ask how exactly you plan to do that?" Now it was Vilmos Ernest who was laughing. "I've long been fascinated by your story, Prince. How you were held captive by the Sultan. How you exacted cruel revenge after your release. By the way, why so many pikes shoved up the Janissaries' asses? What exactly happened to you at the port?" It seemed the jab hit its mark, and Andras noticed right away. Without a word, Vlad melted into the darkness. In his place, a monster crawled into the light. A creature that made the first werewolf seem almost endearing. A long, snake-like body without limbs boasted folded, leathery wings. Though to Andras, barely suppressing his nausea, they seemed far too small, almost vestigial. Its pale scales, blindingly white on its underbelly, reminded him of worms, while its dagger-like fangs dripped venom. "So this is the Golden Dragon," Vilmos Ernest exclaimed. "They say you're invulnerable to mortals, Prince, but I don't believe that. The Church indulged you for far too long, pampered you. But judgment came from elsewhere. The Sultan let you go on your word of honor, and you broke it." The serpent, now raising its head to the height of the second story, loomed menacingly over its opponent. "You're an oath-breaker, Prince, and there's a fatwa on you, issued by the most respected of imams. Have you ever heard the text?" Andras heard the words of the fatwa, apparently in Turkish. and watched as the dragon blackened before his eyes, as though burning under the heat of an invisible fire. Without waiting for the scene to end, he ran. Fear gave him strength, driving him through the streets of nighttime Kispest. He ran without looking back until sharp pains stabbed his side, and his lungs, pierced with 1,000 needles with every breath, felt ready to burst. He stopped, bending over with his hands on his knees, struggling to catch his breath. No one was chasing him. The Glock still lay on the cobblestones. When the police found Zultan Erl's body the next morning, they discovered the loaded gun lying beside him, though the slide was mysteriously missing. The people in the department who knew the streets well immediately suspected a robbery, as Erl was rumored to carry a gold-trimmed pistol. 2 days later, Margit filed a report about the disappearance of the student renting a room from her, Vilmos Kovacs. A check of his passport details revealed that the real Vilmos Kovacs had never studied at the university and had lost his documents during a visit to a national football team match. Fingerprints found on the missing student's belongings matched those on the body and the pistol. Despite the police's best efforts, the suspect was never found, and the question of how exactly the murder was carried out remained unanswered. The most plausible theory proposed by forensic experts suggested that the killer had used some sort of crowbar with a sharpened end, or perhaps even a homemade rhumphea. However, this theory contradicted the autopsy results, which indicated that the victim had been slashed by claws, possibly from a wild animal like a bear or a lion. The skull had clearly been crushed by the fangs of a large predator, but the plaster cast made during the investigation didn't match any known species, and no one could explain the presence of the formless, foul-smelling remains with membranous wings found next to the body. Andr Kalos sat alone in his kitchen, staring at the label on a bottle of palinka. The label claimed the drink had been double distilled. Judging by the low price, this was probably a lie. The cigarettes weren't much better. Having opened a block of contraband L&M he had gotten from a Ruthenian, Andras lit one up. Smoking cigarettes that cost the rest of the population 1,000 forints a pack made him feel slightly better. He glanced at the window, searching for his reflection in the glass. The translucent face of a 27-year-old Magyar glared back at him from the window frame, a pale sheen covering his short-cropped hair. It must look strange from the outside, Andras thought, being half-gray at my age. Realizing that night had almost fallen, Andras went to the window and drew the curtains. His fingers started to tremble slightly, as they always did when he thought about Zoltan's tragic death. He didn't believe the police theory that a large, rabid dog, possibly a Great Dane or a Mastiff, had torn Zultan to pieces, and that some thug had snatched the gun. He didn't believe the police themselves had picked up the gun either. He had been there, and he knew exactly what had happened. And he never told anyone about what took place that night in Karalikos Square. Erzabet never recovered from the shock. She got hooked on heroin and died of an overdose a couple of years later. Andras, who had developed a stutter since then, soon found himself terrified of the dark and could no longer go out at night. His legs seemed to have a will of their own, carrying him straight back home. He decided to have a drink to calm the tremor in his hands. Clenching the smoldering cigarette between his teeth, he unscrewed the cap and poured a full shot, which he impatiently downed. The palinka burned his throat, bringing tears to his eyes. Andras took a deep drag and sat at the table. Every time he thought about Zoltan or when darkness fell, he would see those glowing phosphorescent eyes in his mind. Like acetylene torches, they would flare up whenever he found himself in the dark or twilight. The eyes of the creature, the one soon to be joined by another. In all the long years that had passed since then, not a single night had gone by without him remembering the story that had forever changed his life. The golden gun had been so close. Tears welled up again, and Andras poured himself another shot. Almost sobbing now, he gulped it down. Shuddering, he felt a little better, and took another drag. He wanted more to drink. Grabbing the bottle, he suddenly, almost unexpectedly to himself, began greedily drinking straight from the neck. Only when he started to feel better did Andras finally calm down. A warmth spread through him, and his mood lifted quickly. Looking at the blurred letters on the label, he brought the bottle closer to read it and realized he was already drunk. Then, Andras recalled a phrase he often repeated to himself, and it plunged him into despair again, forcing him to see those pale green glowing eyes once more. They belonged to the creature that had loomed over Zoltan's body. "Only in Budapest," he stammered as he said it aloud, and then broke into sobs.
Story 2.
Absinthe is a green alcoholic beverage shrouded in myths and legends. In the late 19th century, producers employed an eccentric marketing tactic, claiming that the drink could induce hallucinations. Particular attention was drawn to the idea of the Green Fairy, a mysterious being that, according to legend, appears to those who drink absinthe. People told stories of how the fairy would fly by, whispering desires and promising to fulfill their deepest wishes. Of course, this was all a fabrication, a clever advertising campaign designed to stir interest in the drink and make it stand out among other alcoholic products. However, rumors spread, and soon absinthe became associated not only with inspiration and creative freedom, but also with dangerous visions, breakdowns, and even madness. People claimed that under the influence of absinthe, their minds opened to something beyond reality. Was this true? Or was it simply alcohol-induced intoxication distorting perception, turning the ordinary into something frightening? Yes, alcohol can cause many illusions. It clouds the mind, making you see and hear things that aren't really there. But believe me, what happened to me had nothing to do with ordinary drunken visions. It all started with absinthe, yes. Like many others, I wanted to experience that magical element. It happened on a Friday, at the very end of the workday. The office was filled with tense silence when the door burst open, and the boss stormed in, his face twisted with anger. He glanced around, and then his eyes locked on me. In the next moment, he yelled, "Jefferson!" I flinched. Fear paralyzed me. I had never seen him like this. There were still about 10 people left in the office, but they all, as if on cue, lowered their eyes, trying to become as small as possible to avoid being the target of his rage. But the boss was only looking at me, piercing me with his glare. Slowly, step by step, he walked toward my desk. Reluctantly, I rose from my seat, feeling every muscle in my body tense up. He stopped just inches away from me. A barrage of saliva and insults poured from his mouth. I felt the droplets hitting my face but didn't dare wipe them off. I stood there, cowering with a guilty expression, like some pathetic creature awaiting its fate. The boss roared like a bear, his voice vibrating through the office with raw hatred. I noticed his eyes had become unnaturally wide, and the veins on his forehead were pulsing, ready to burst from the strain. He was in a blind fury, and I knew exactly why. Recently, I had made a small mistake that, unfortunately, cost the company a considerable amount of money. The error seemed insignificant at first, but now it felt like the beginning of the end. He continued yelling, unloading all his pent-up anger on me, and I didn't dare say a word in my defense. Like a corporate crab, I tried to shrink as deeply as possible into my shell, hoping it would all soon be over. And just when it seemed like his voice couldn't get any louder, He suddenly went silent. The boss let out a heavy sigh, turned around and said, "On Monday, I expect to see you in my office with the HR manager. We'll be deciding your fate." He slammed the door so hard the office walls shook, and I collapsed onto my desk, exhausted. My heart was pounding wildly, and I felt as though I had just survived something unimaginably terrifying. My colleagues gave me sympathetic glances, but no one dared to approach or offer support. A heavy silence hung in the air, and I felt like I had been abandoned on a battlefield. Maybe I should just quit. I mulled over that thought repeatedly as I gathered my things. I didn't want to stay in the office until the end of the day. Too much had been said, too much now hung in the air. With my things packed, I left work, and the evening city greeted me with its cold wind, as if reminding me that the hardest trial of my life was still ahead. I wandered the streets, drained and broken. Everything that had happened in recent weeks seemed to crash down on me all at once, and each failure only made my state worse. My girlfriend had left, leaving behind only emptiness and uncertainty. At work, a complete disaster, and now the threat of being fired loomed over me. I felt lost, useless, as though life had struck me in my weakest spot. I trudged through the dark streets among passers-by rushing home or about their business. People moved with some inner purpose, almost mechanically, not noticing me or my pain. No one paid me any attention, and this loneliness amidst the crowd was even worse than being completely alone. The city around me lived its life, while I seemed to have fallen out of its rhythm, lost somewhere between reality and my thoughts. Suddenly, for no reason at all, I turned into a small alley. Why did I do that? I don't know. Maybe it was an impulse, an attempt to escape the familiar streets filled with unfamiliar faces and the bright lights of shop windows. The alley was deserted, quiet, its walls hidden in shadow, with streetlights illuminating only rare patches of the road. I walked, not thinking about anything, just moving forward, not knowing where I was going or why. And then I saw it. A small building at the far end of the alley, barely noticeable among the peeling walls and long-abandoned stores. Above the entrance hung an old, faded sign, its letters barely legible, but something about them caught my attention. The Shadow of the Phoenix. That was the name of this bar. The name was strange, mysterious, and its words seemed to resonate with my state. The phoenix, a bird that rises from the ashes. I felt like that very ash, but maybe, somewhere inside, a faint spark of hope still smoldered. I opened the door and stepped inside. It was a typical bar, like countless others in any big city. Tables were scattered haphazardly around the room, and at the far end stood a massive bar counter. In the corners, as if trying to add a touch of coziness to the place, were small potted palms. I made my way to the bar, where the bartender, a man who looked to be in his 40s, greeted me. He had a rugged look, a thick beard, a short haircut, and a face seemingly chiseled from stone. He wore a worn black leather vest over a faded gray t-shirt with the logo of some old rock band, and tattoos gleamed on his arms under the dim light. The bartender looked at me with a gaze that seemed to see right through me, as if he knew all my secrets and fears. His eyes felt too perceptive, but at that moment I didn't pay much attention. I was too beaten down and exhausted to notice anything else. All I wanted was to forget, to drink until my mind was empty and all my problems vanished, if only for one night. I sank into the high stool by the bar and began scanning for something to drink. My eyes wandered over the shelves lined with bottles of all kinds, but they suddenly stopped on one in particular. It was a green bottle, its shape elegant and alluring. The label featured a woman with seductive curves, dressed in a thin green dress that barely covered her body. Her eyes looked straight at me, beckoning, promising oblivion. The label read, "Absinthe." Without thinking, I pointed at it and ordered a shot. The bartender hesitated for a moment, as if he wanted to say something but thought better of it. He just sighed, grabbed a glass, and opened the bottle. A thin stream of green liquid filled my glass, and without delay, I downed it in one go. It burned my throat like fire, but along with it came a strange sensation of lightness, as if all my thoughts were slowly dissolving in the hot mist. As I sat there, more patrons began to enter the bar. They filled the space with noise and chatter, breaking the strange silence that had lingered when I first walked in. Music, soft yet insistent, started playing from the speakers, and the room was soon filled with the hum of voices and laughter. It seemed like just another typical evening in just another bar. Time passed, and I kept taking shot after shot, feeling the intoxication slowly wrap around my mind. Everything around me started to blur, as if someone had pulled a foggy film over my eyes. Glancing to the side, I noticed a guy sitting nearby. He looked just as lost and empty as I was, and judging by the number of empty glasses in front of him, he was clearly drowning in his own problems. For a second, I had the thought, maybe I should go over, introduce myself, and share my sorrows. But I immediately dismissed the idea. My father always said, "Don't dump your problems on others." Those words had been ingrained in my mind since childhood, and even now, in a state of utter despair, I couldn't ignore them. I decided to leave the guy in peace. I kept drinking, but soon realized I couldn't take any more. The world around me started to spin gently, and every movement became a massive effort. I got up from the stool, barely able to keep my balance, and slowly made my way toward the exit. The bar, once noisy, began to blur before my eyes. The walls, the tables, the people, all blended into a hazy kaleidoscope. Just before reaching the door, a wave of nausea suddenly hit me. I rushed to get outside, fumbling to open the door. Once outside, I looked around, searching for a spot where no one could see me. Stumbling, I turned the corner of the bar into a narrow, dim alley. There, I immediately vomited, pressing myself against the wall, trying to collect my thoughts. The world around me continued to swim, and I couldn't focus my vision. My legs buckled, and I tripped, crashing to the ground, feeling the darkness slowly envelop me. My eyes closed, and I blacked out. When I came to, my body ached, and my head throbbed as if a bulldozer had run over it. The faint moonlight barely lit the alley, and I was still where I had fallen. The sky was dark, and when I checked my watch, I saw it was around 3 in the morning. The city was asleep now, the streets empty and lifeless, with only distant sounds echoing through the blocks. Suddenly, I heard a muffled noise. It was a strange sound, like someone struggling and cursing nearby. Fear began to rise in my chest, and I, trying to stay quiet, crawled to peek around the corner, hiding in the shadows. What I saw in front of the bar was terrifying. The bar staff, led by the bearded bartender, were holding a man whose hands were bound. He was screaming and struggling desperately, begging them to let him go, claiming he had done nothing wrong. His voice echoed down the empty street, but no one except his tormentors seemed to hear him. The bartender and his assistants were dragging him back into the bar, as if they were going to do something unspeakable to him. The man's eyes were filled with terror and desperation, but those holding him looked cold and indifferent, as if this was routine for them. My heart pounded in my chest, and I couldn't believe what I was seeing. I watched the scene unfold in shock and fear, unsure of how to react. My mind raced with thoughts. Should I call the police or just leave? Maybe they caught a thief or someone who didn't pay for his drink. But with every passing second, something about the situation felt more sinister. As the bar staff, along with the bartender, dragged the guy inside, I couldn't resist my curiosity. Despite my headache and the way the world was still slightly spinning, the urge to find out more won out. I decided to follow them. I quietly opened the bar door, crouched low, and sneaked inside, trying not to make any noise. The bar was empty, the lights dimmed, and only shadows from indistinct shapes flickered near the back door. I carefully made my way across the room, doing my best to avoid any sounds, and soon found myself at the counter. The silhouettes had disappeared behind a door at the end of the hallway. Something inside me screamed to stop, but curiosity prevailed. I approached the door and cautiously tugged at the handle. It opened with a quiet creak. Behind the door was a small storage room, a cramped space filled with shelves stocked with bottles, old boxes, and all the usual junk that tends to pile up in such places. The floorboards creaked underfoot, and the walls were covered in dust. The light bulb hanging from the ceiling flickered, casting strange shadows. But there was no one inside. I couldn't understand where the people could have disappeared to. I scanned the room, checking the corners and behind the shelves, but it was pointless. Then I noticed something strange on the floor. It was almost invisible, camouflaged under the old wooden boards. But when I looked closer, I could make out the faint outline of a hidden trapdoor. My heart began to race. I started searching for a way to open it and soon found a concealed handle. It was disguised as an old metal plate, barely visible in the dim light. I pulled on it, and with a loud creak, the hatch began to open. I froze, hoping that no one had heard the noise. But everything remained quiet. Slowly, I lifted the hatch and peered inside. Below, a stone staircase led down into darkness. A cold draft hit my face, as if ancient, unmoving air was rising from the depths of that stairway. I stood there, staring into the black opening, debating what could be waiting for me down there. Waves of fear washed over me, and I wanted to shut the hatch and leave, but then I remembered that guy. He had screamed. He had fought back. What if this wasn't just a bar conflict? What if they were organ traffickers or something worse? I couldn't just leave him in such a situation. Forcing myself to suppress my doubts, I steeled myself and began descending the cold stone steps. As I reached the bottom, I found myself in a stone tunnel that looked like it had been carved into the rock centuries ago. It was wide enough and tall enough for me to walk upright. On the walls hung torches, their flames flickering and casting trembling shadows on the rough stone. The scene reminded me of something out of an adventure or fantasy movie, but it didn't inspire or excite me. On the contrary, the place felt eerie, as if I had stepped into some underground world that shouldn't exist in real life. As I walked, I noticed dried blood splattered on the walls in the torchlight. It was scattered haphazardly, as if someone had been severely injured here. I forced myself not to look too closely, though the sight only added to the horror of the already terrifying situation. My head continued to pound, and occasionally, I wobbled slightly from the lingering effects of the alcohol. But despite that, I was clear-headed enough to understand that something was seriously wrong here. I continued down the tunnel until I realized that the floor was sloping downward ever so slightly. I hadn't noticed it at first, but now, as the corridor led me into an enormous cavern, it became clear that I had descended much deeper than I expected. The cave was colossal, its ceiling lost in darkness, and the walls stretched into an indistinct distance. The overwhelming sense of darkness and the vastness of the place sent chills down my spine. Ahead, I saw silhouettes. The feeling of danger surged, and I instinctively ducked behind some large boulders scattered across the cavern floor. My heart pounded in my chest and my breathing grew heavier, but I tried to calm myself as I cautiously peered out from behind my hiding spot. What I saw confirmed my worst fears. In the center of the cave stood a group of people. Among them was the bearded bartender, along with several others I had seen at the bar earlier. They were holding the man I had seen earlier, the one who had been bound. He looked terrified and exhausted, his screams and pleas seemingly falling on deaf ears now. In the middle of the cave, I saw a strange stone platform upon which lay a variety of tools and vessels resembling ancient ritual objects. The whole scene looked like something out of an occult ceremony. I crouched lower behind the rocks, trying to decide what to do next. Every muscle in my body was tense, ready to flee, but I knew that leaving now would mean abandoning that guy to certain doom. What were they planning to do to him? And what was this place anyway? The thought crossed my mind that I could try to call the police. But my phone seemed useless here, deep in these underground caverns. The only option left was to figure out what was happening and, if possible, try to help the poor man. I kept watching, afraid to move any closer, trying to understand what was going on. The waitress slowly laid out candles on the floor, carefully following a pattern that had been drawn there earlier. It seemed that each candle had its own purpose and exact place. When she finished, two others, a man and a woman, joined her, lighting the candles one by one, passing the flame from one to another. Everything was done with a terrifying synchronicity, as if they had performed this ritual many times before. The bartender, still gripping the bound man, stood motionless, waiting. Once the candles were lit, they all formed a circle, and I thought they were going to place the man in the center to complete the ritual. But to my surprise, they didn't put him in the center. Instead, he became part of the pattern, one of its components. The man who had been struggling and shouting earlier now stood perfectly still, as if hypnotized. His eyes were empty. He didn't move, and it seemed like he wasn't even aware of what was happening around him. They began to whisper. Their voices were low and barely audible, sounding more like a prayer than a conversation. The prayer went on for what felt like an eternity as I continued hiding behind the boulders, trying to grasp what was happening. The eerie silence of the cave, mixed with their whispers, pressed down on my ears. The man bound within the pattern stood as still as a statue, never attempting to flee, as if his will had completely vanished. Suddenly I noticed something strange. The air around the circle where the people stood began to ripple, as if some sort of energy was forming. It was barely visible, but its presence could be felt physically. Then the horrifying things began to happen. The first thing I saw was the male waiter who had lit the candles start to tremble. His body convulsed as if he were being shaken by a cold, terrifying force. He clutched at his chest and then his eyes rolled back, his pupils spinning wildly. The waitresses standing beside him began to twitch just as violently. Their heads jerked backward, their mouths open in silent screams, and their bodies contorted in agonizing spasms. And then the nightmare truly began. One of the women started to transform before my very eyes. Her skin became covered in feathers, her face elongated into a long beak, and her eyes narrowed into slits, like those of a predatory bird. She was no longer human. Standing before me was a monster with the body of a woman and the head of a chicken. Her arms barely retained their human shape, but her nails had turned into sharp talons. Beside her, the other woman morphed into something even more grotesque. Her skin became scaly, her legs bent at an unnatural angle, and she began to resemble a lizard. her eyes turned vertical, glowing with a malicious glint in the candlelight. She still wore her uniform, which now strained against her bulging muscles and transformed body, as if the clothes no longer fit the creature she had become. The male waiter, meanwhile, transformed into a cat-like creature. But it wasn't just a simple cat. His body elongated. His movements became predatory and smooth. He resembled something like an anthropomorphic monster, a human body forced into feline shapes. His claws were long, and his face merged with the features of a beast, though he still wore his work uniform, which now hung loosely on his stretched limbs. And then there was a deafening roar. The bartender, who had stood motionless until now, suddenly began to change. His arms broadened, muscles bulging beneath his skin, and from his back came a deep, guttural growl. His face started to elongate, his nose becoming a snout, and his teeth grew sharper, like those of a predator. His eyes glowed bright yellow, and before me stood a wolf, massive, powerful, with a muscular body. He was still wearing his same leather vest and t-shirt, which now tore under the pressure of his changing form. His legs, now covered in thick fur, were bent into a feral stance, and his clawed hands grasped the air hungrily. The roar echoed through the entire cave, and I felt myself teetering on the edge of unconsciousness. I rubbed my eyes, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. Was I still drunk? Could this be a dream? But no, I was witnessing it with my own eyes, and the reality around me no longer obeyed any rules I understood. Everything unfolding before me defied human comprehension, and with every passing second it grew more terrifying. My legs felt like jelly, and the horror building in my chest made me want to run as far away as possible. But I couldn't. I looked at the bound man, still standing there, hypnotized. Damn it, my parents had raised me to be too kind and responsible. I couldn't abandon that poor guy, even if it meant putting myself in even greater danger. I continued to watch, trying not to reveal my presence. And then something unexpected happened. In the center of the circle, around which the creature stood, there was a low rumble as a massive stone door began to rise from the ground. The sound was so deafening that it felt as if the earth itself was parting before this unholy mechanism. When the door fully emerged from the ground, the monsters, led by the wolf-like bartender, gathered around it, still clutching the bound man. The bartender approached the stone door and with a growl pushed it open. The door creaked so loudly that chills ran down my spine, as though the sound came from a realm not of this world, but from some foreign, malevolent universe. When the stone door opened, I was paralyzed with shock. On the other side of the doorway, there wasn't just another section of the cave as I had expected. Instead, a dark, foreboding forest stretched out before them. The trees were blacker than the night, their branches twisted into strange, sinister shapes. An icy wind blew from that forest, as if it existed in a place where neither time nor light had ever existed. The monsters, dragging the man, disappeared into this forest, and within moments, the door closed behind them, leaving me in complete silence once again. I sat in my hiding place, trying to process everything that had happened. My head throbbed, my heart pounded wildly, but I knew that I had to do something. I couldn't just sit here and do nothing. I approached the spot where the door had been and examined the stone frame left behind. On the ground was an intricate design, carved into the stone, resembling satanic symbols. These patterns filled me with a deep sense of unease, their lines radiating malevolence, reminiscent of ancient rituals and curses. I got closer and carefully inspected the door. It still stood in place, appearing massive and immovable, but I was determined to try to open it. I braced myself and pushed against the door, but it barely budged. I pressed my shoulder into it and summoned all my strength, trying to pry it open even just a little. After several grueling seconds of creaking and strain, I managed to create a small gap. From the other side, that same icy wind from the otherworldly forest blew through, sending a chill deep into my bones. As I pushed the door with all my might, the stone creaked open just wide enough for me to squeeze through. I hurried inside, wanting to escape the strange events behind me, only to find myself in what felt like another world. I stood in a forest, seemingly ordinary at first glance, but something was horribly wrong. The first thing that struck me was the absolute silence. There wasn't a whisper of wind, no bird song, no rustling of leaves, just a suffocating, unnatural stillness. The hairs on my arms and the back of my neck stood up immediately. My mind raced to find an explanation, but there was none. This silence wasn't normal. It felt as if the forest itself was holding its breath, waiting for something dreadful to happen. I scanned my surroundings, trying to pinpoint the source of this overwhelming fear. The forest was dark, though the moon and stars shone dimly through the dense canopy, casting a faint glow that my eyes quickly adjusted to. Slowly and cautiously, I began to move forward, trying to be as quiet as possible, though every step on the dry leaves beneath my feet sounded deafening in the eerie silence. I was desperate to figure out where those monsters had gone after disappearing behind the door, and soon I noticed a narrow path leading deeper into the woods. I walked slowly, my eyes constantly darting back to check if anything was following me. Nothing moved around me, except for me. The forest felt dead, as if every living thing had abandoned it long ago. The only sound was the crackling of leaves underfoot, echoing unnervingly in the emptiness. Every crackle and rustle made me stop in my tracks, cold sweat running down my back. But the threat remained unseen. As I moved further along, the path began to widen, and the underbrush gradually thinned, giving way to towering columns of massive trees. The moonlight illuminated these enormous trunks, and I finally began to see more of the forest's disturbing details. Webs, giant spider webs, were strung between the trees. I instinctively jerked my arms and legs, imagining the sticky threads brushing against me. These webs were enormous, far larger than any I had ever seen. The strands were as thick as ropes, meaning the spider that wove them must have been monstrous. A shiver ran down my spine. Spiders had always been my deepest fear, and now I was standing in the middle of their domain, where every step could lead to an encounter with one of these creatures. I continued forward, my heart beating faster, when suddenly, between the branches, I saw something even more terrifying. Hanging from the trees were enormous cocoons, bundles wrapped tightly in webbing. These cocoons were human-sized, and they hung like fruits from the branches. For a moment I thought I saw something move inside one of them. Panic flooded my body. Fear paralyzed me for a brief second, but my survival instincts kicked in, and I felt myself start to move. Adrenaline surged through me, and I began to rush forward, quickening my pace. My legs fumbled through the leaves and roots, but I couldn't stop. The sensation that something massive and malevolent was watching me grew stronger. Every second spent here felt like an eternity. I kept running, panic coursing through my veins, when suddenly I tripped and fell face first to the ground. The soft, leaf-covered earth cushioned my fall, but it did little to calm my nerves. As I scrambled to get back on my feet, my hands shaking, I heard a creaking sound above me. It was like the groan of a rope being pulled taut, and the sound sent shivers down my spine. Slowly, I lifted my head, and what I saw froze me in place. Descending toward me was something enormous and horrifying. It resembled a spider in form, but only in its structure. Its 8 legs were covered in something that looked like tree bark, as if the creature had been made of wood. Its body appeared artificially constructed, as though someone had carved it out of rough timber. But that wasn't the most terrifying part. Attached to where the spider's head should have been was a human torso, grotesquely small for the creature's massive size. Its arms were crooked and bent like those of an old man, moving unnaturally fast and at sharp angles. But instead of a human head on the torso, there was the head of a monkey, deformed and twisted into a horrifying, almost mechanical grin, as if the smile had been permanently carved into its face. It was a monstrous chimera, stitched together from various beings and materials, foreign to this world and to my understanding. The creature continued to descend on its thin web or cord, creaking with every movement. I stood frozen, a wave of terror washing over my entire body. My heart pounded so fast, I thought it might explode. I felt utterly helpless. Panic overwhelmed me, and I couldn't move. I wanted to run, but my legs refused to cooperate. Fear rooted me to the spot, even holding my breath as if the slightest movement might provoke an attack. The creature lowered itself even closer, hovering just above me, and its head turned down to stare. Its eyes, those of the twisted monkey, glowed with a strange mixture of fear and curiosity. It was as if the creature was as afraid of me as I was of it. But that paled in comparison to the overwhelming terror that gripped me. The creature spoke, its voice unexpectedly clear and human-like. "What are you doing here?" I swallowed hard, feeling my throat dry up. Fear gripped my chest, and I knew that everything depended on my response. The creature's head loomed close, its lifeless eyes studying me as if weighing my fate. I forced myself to speak, trying to sound as calm as possible. "Just walking," I said, but my voice betrayed me, trembling with fear. The creature furrowed its brow, as if contemplating my answer. Then it began to circle around me, moving as if guided by an unseen rope. It encircled me, inspecting from all angles as though trying to understand what I was. My skin crawled and fear gripped me again. It stopped in front of me once more and spoke. "So, you're just walking. I see. What's your name?" I held my breath, thinking about what to say. It felt like any wrong word could seal my doom. The creature was wary, but I sensed it feared me as much as I feared it. I decided to take a risk. "That's none of your business," I said, trying to sound as firm as possible, though I was anything but. "I'm lost. Will you show me the way out?" My voice was steady, though inside I was trembling like a leaf. My heart pounded, but I tried not to show my weakness. The creature seemed to tense. Its pupils narrowed, and it froze for a moment. It looked like my sudden change in tone had startled it. "Forgive me. I didn't recognize you right away," it muttered, retreating a little. "Of course, I will show you the way." With those words, it bit through the cord it had been hanging from and landed heavily on the ground with a dull thud. It moved slowly, crawling, each of its legs creaking as if they were made of old wood. The creature was grotesque, and every step it took filled me with disgust and fear. But I had no choice. I had to follow it. I took a step forward, and with each step, the overwhelming terror began to give way to the necessity of moving forward. As we walked, the creature kept glancing back at me, as if sniffing the air, its expression shifting between nervous and suspicious. Cold sweat trickled down my spine, and I tried to keep my fear in check. With every passing second, I felt like it would discover my lie or sense my weakness. and that would be the end of me. The creature continued its slow progress, its wooden legs creaking like old doors on rusty hinges. Every now and then, it muttered something quietly, but I caught one phrase clearly. "Soon I'll feast. Soon my meal will ripen. But it's just rabbits. I'm so tired of rabbits." My legs faltered at those words. My heart raced. What did it mean by rabbits? And how soon would it decide that I was suitable for its meal? As these questions swirled in my mind, the creature suddenly stopped, tensing and listening intently. It sniffed the air, and without warning it leaped into the bushes, vanishing from sight. I was left standing there, unsure of what to do. My heart pounded wildly, fear taking over my entire body. In the eerie silence of the forest, all I could hear was my own labored breathing. Seconds passed, and the creature didn't return. This was my chance. I couldn't wait for it to come back. Summoning all the courage I had, I quickened my pace and followed the same path it had been leading me on. My footsteps seemed deafening in the dead silence of the forest, but I tried not to think about the fact that the creature could return at any moment. As I sped up, I suddenly heard the familiar creak, the sound of a cord rubbing against a tree. I stopped dead in my tracks, and once again the monstrous creature appeared right in front of me. It leaped onto the path, holding something strange in its hands. My heart stopped in terror as I realized what it was. A rabbit. But instead of a regular rabbit's face, it had the face of a human infant. The creature's eyes were closed and its body was limp, but the spider-monkey hybrid licked its lips, eyeing its prey like a starving beast. "Excuse me," it rasped in its chilling voice. "Could you wait a moment? I just need to hide this, and then we can continue." I froze in place, paralyzed. My body refused to move or respond. I just stood there, staring, unable to speak. The creature seemed to take my silence as agreement and immediately began spinning its web. It quickly wrapped the rabbit baby hybrid in thick strands of webbing, and with each pass of the web, I felt my stomach turn. I wanted to run, but my legs refused to cooperate. Then the most horrifying thing happened. As the creature was halfway through wrapping the rabbit, it suddenly came to life. A scream burst from its throat, but it wasn't the scream of an animal. It was the scream of a human baby filled with pain and fear. The sound cut through my nerves like a blade, and I felt like I was losing my mind. One thought pounded in my head. I had never been this terrified in my life. The creature, seemingly alarmed by the rabbit's sudden revival, sped up, quickly wrapping it entirely in webbing, silencing its cries. All I could do was watch as the spider finished its grotesque work, tying the cocooned rabbit to a branch overhead. Those same types of cocoons I had seen earlier hanging in the trees, and now I realized they might have all been alive. The realization made me sick to my core. The creature jumped down from the tree and stood before me as if nothing had happened. "You may follow me," it said, resuming its path along the trail. I didn't know what to do, but my legs moved on their own, automatically following it. My mind was still reeling from everything I had just witnessed. Every time the creature spoke, I couldn't help but listen closely, and with each word, I grew more terrified. "These rabbits bore me," it muttered, licking its lips. "How I long for something else, to taste human flesh." But where could I find a human? Each time it said these words, it would turn its grotesque monkey head toward me, drooling with hunger. The sight made my skin crawl, and I struggled to keep myself from bolting. Yet in its eyes there was still a flicker of fear. It was afraid of me, though it didn't know who I was. We continued walking, but with each step, I became more certain that our journey would end badly if this creature decided I wasn't as threatening as I pretended to be. The forest slowly began to thin, and I realized we were nearing the edge. A small spark of hope ignited in me that this nightmare might soon be over. Finally, we stepped out from the shadows of the trees, and before me stretched an open field, bathed in the faint light of the moon. In the distance, a large river wound its way around the base of the hills, its quiet current seeming like the only safe thing in this cursed world. The creature walking ahead stopped and turned its horrifying head toward me. "Here, I brought you out. What will be my reward?" it said, expecting an answer. My heart clenched with fear. Reward? I had to give it something. Panic surged through my mind as I frantically considered what I could offer. I had two things: my phone and my wallet. I quickly glanced at my pockets, but I knew no amount of money would satisfy this creature. It wanted something far more significant. "I have nothing," I said hoarsely, feeling the adrenaline surge through my veins again. Its eyes narrowed and its face began to change. What was once surprise now twisted into pure malice. It slowly leaned toward me, sniffing the air, turning its monkey head from side to side. I could feel its gaze sharpen, as though it had suddenly realized something important. Its eyes widened, and from its throat came a shriek, "You're human!" At that moment, I knew my time was up. It had figured me out. The creature crouched, tensing, and then sprang toward me with terrifying speed. But my panic and survival instincts kicked in faster. I managed to leap to the side just in time, the monster missing me by inches. My heart pounded so hard it felt like it might explode. I scrambled to my feet without thinking. The river was ahead of me, my only hope of escape. I sprinted toward the water, not daring to look back, feeling every joint in my body scream with fear and exhaustion. Behind me, I could hear that familiar creaking sound, the terrifying sound of the creature's wooden legs as it quickly closed the distance. Every step it took echoed in my mind like the sound of approaching death. My legs seemed to move on their own, carrying me forward. My blood pounded in my temples, and my breath came in ragged gasps. The river was so close now, its calm waters calling to me with the promise of safety. I could hear the creature gaining speed, its presence looming closer with every second. The creaking grew louder, and I knew that at any moment its claws would sink into my back. At last I reached the riverbank. Without a second thought, I jumped into the water, feeling the cold current instantly engulf me. The water splashed against my face, and the sound of creaking legs was replaced by a frantic scream. "No! You're mine!" The creature shrieked behind me, but I was already submerged, fighting against the cold and the fast-moving current. I heard it pacing on the shore, howling in frustration as it realized it had lost its prey. But I kept swimming, letting the river carry me further away from this nightmare. At first, I felt nothing but relief as the current swept me along. I had escaped. But soon, I began to notice something strange. The first thing that struck me was a sharp, metallic smell. It hit my nose with such force that I instantly recognized it. The smell of blood. The water I was swimming in was red, and as my eyes adjusted to the dim moonlight, I realized the horrifying truth. The river was made of blood. The revelation nearly made me vomit. My stomach tightened and my head spun. I tried to swim toward the shore, but every stroke felt more desperate. The water was thick and sticky, and the metallic taste clung to my lips, filling me with disgust. My heart raced as I frantically paddled, when suddenly I heard a splashing noise nearby. I turned around and saw something horrifying. Creatures resembling octopuses but with more grotesque bodies were coming toward me, Their movements were unnatural, almost as if they weren't swimming but slowly sinking and then rising again. Their bodies writhed, and it seemed as though they were consuming the space between us. These creatures appeared to have come straight out of a nightmare, and their rapid approach filled me with primal fear. "Damn it!" raced through my mind. In a panic, I began paddling faster, desperately trying to reach the shore before the creatures caught up to me. My hand felt the thick grass on the bank, and I gripped it so hard that my fingers went numb. With a powerful pull, I dragged my body onto the land, feeling my legs struggle to escape the sticky, dense water. The creatures were almost upon me, their disgusting tentacles nearly touching me. But then they suddenly froze and submerged back into the water, disappearing from sight. I lay still for a moment, lying on the ground, unable to tear my eyes away from the spot where the creatures had just been. Fear raged inside me, but at the same time I felt a strange sense of relief. But that relief didn't last long. I knew those creatures could return at any moment. Everything here felt alien, hostile. It was as if reality itself was trying to destroy me. I glanced around and saw nothing but tall grass stretching out in all directions. There was no one near the river. I collapsed onto the ground, exhausted and overwhelmed by everything that had happened. Red water dripped off my body, soaking into the grass. I lay there, staring up at the sky, trying to process everything that had just occurred. Last night, I had been an ordinary person, drinking and relaxing. Now, I found myself in a world of nightmares, where every moment was filled with horror. I was drained, emptied, as if I were being turned inside out. After some time, when my strength had somewhat returned, I forced myself to stand. My legs were still trembling and my arms felt weak. I peeled off my clothes, soaked in the river's blood, and tried to wring them out. It was disgusting. Cold, sticky liquid oozed from the fabric, but I had no other choice. Putting my clothes back on made me feel slightly better, though a deep sense of unease lingered within me. I began to look around, trying to figure out what to do next. Thoughts of rescuing that guy who had been taken by the monsters had long since vanished from my mind. Now, I had to think only of myself. I considered how to get out of here and realized one thing. Going back into the forest would be suicide. That creature was waiting for me, and I was certain it wouldn't stop trying to devour me. The only option left was to find another way. I walked through the tall grass and soon came upon a trail. It was the same trail I had followed into the forest. On the ground, I saw tracks, boot prints alongside massive paw prints. My mind immediately understood. These were the tracks of the same creatures I had seen earlier. My stomach turned, but I knew this was my only chance. This is fate, I thought, and decided to follow those tracks despite the terror that gripped me. I walked along the trail, which soon led me to a wide dirt road. I could see wheel tracks on the road, as if carts or something similar had recently passed through. The tracks stretched far into the distance, and I decided to follow them, all the while glancing forward and backward, afraid of being spotted by anyone or anything that might inhabit this place. The road led me through fields of tall grass, occasionally bordered by sparse, dried-up trees, as if nature itself had abandoned this place. After a while, the outlines of houses began to emerge ahead. It was a village. My breath caught, and I instantly felt a wave of anxiety. Ordinary people couldn't live here. This place was far too strange. Without hesitation, I left the road and continued on, hiding in the bushes, trying to avoid being seen. I walked along the road, concealed by the tall bushes, until I reached a wooden fence surrounding the village. It looked worn and in disrepair, but it was still sturdy enough to keep whatever was inside contained. I carefully looked around and saw no one. No movement, no sounds. Not even birds seemed to fly near this place. Then I decided to sneak closer to the gate, moving as quietly as possible. When I reached the gate, I slowly opened it, producing only a faint creak, and peeked inside. What lay before me was a strange, eerie village. The first thing I noticed was that the houses had no windows. They looked gloomy and shut off, as if they weren't meant for living. Every house was crooked and old, as if no one had lived in them for years. All the doors were tightly closed, and some even had heavy locks or chains on them, as if the owners were afraid something might break in. But there wasn't a single person on the streets. Absolute emptiness. Only the wind blowing between the houses, kicking up dust and rustling dry leaves. In the center of the village stood a well, old, made of stone, with a moss-covered roof. The well was the only object that seemed relatively well kept, but there were no signs of life around it. This place breathed abandonment, yet something about its atmosphere was unsettling. It felt as if the village was waiting for something, or perhaps hiding something within its walls. A chill ran down my spine, but despite the fear, I decided to step inside. Slowly, I walked through the gates, feeling the tension rise with each step. It was far too quiet, the kind of silence that only exists in places where eerie things are just beginning to awaken. I decided to take a closer look and headed toward the well, trying to stay alert. As I walked past the houses, the silence was suddenly broken by an unexpected noise coming from one of the buildings. Fear shot through me and I froze, glancing around. The noise continued. It was coming from inside the house, and it sounded like someone was pounding on the walls, desperately trying to escape. There were also creaks and groans, like muffled cries. My instinct screamed at me to get out of there as fast as I could, but curiosity got the better of me. I moved closer to the house, listening intently. The banging sound persisted, intensifying my anxiety. My eyes fixed on the door. Unlike the other houses where heavy locks hung on the doors, this one had nothing on it, as if it were simply shut. My curiosity grew. What could it be? But my mind warned me that if I opened this door, something terrifying might lunge at me. Maybe there were people inside, in need of help. Pushing my fear aside, I approached the door and pulled the handle. To my surprise, it wasn't locked, but as soon as I began to open it, I felt resistance from the other side. Someone, or something, was preventing me from opening the door. The pulling grew stronger as if the creature behind the door was getting anxious, sensing my approach. I tensed, and suddenly, a hand reached through the narrow opening of the door. It wasn't a human hand. The skin was green, covered in some kind of slime, torn and rotting in places. All I could think was, it's a zombie or something like that. Something no longer alive. Panic overwhelmed me, and I quickly let go of the handle. The door slammed shut, pinching the hand, and an enraged scream rang out like something straight from hell. I nearly screamed myself, feeling horror fill every inch of me. I was ready to run, but the door remained closed, and no more sounds came from behind it. My heart raced, and I cursed myself for my stupidity and inappropriate curiosity. Backing away from the door, I headed toward the center of the village, passing by the old well. As I walked past, I noticed something strange inside. I approached and looked down, freezing in place. Inside the well there was fire. It didn't just glow. It beckoned to me, as if casting a spell to draw me closer. I couldn't tear my eyes away, as if my mind was being drawn into this strange dance of flames. The fire was hypnotic, and with each passing second I felt something pulling me down. Before I realized it, I had leaned over the well so far that half my body was hanging over the edge. It was as if someone was holding me at the brink of the abyss, forcing me to sink deeper. Suddenly, something inside me jolted, like an electric shock to my nerves, and I snapped out of it. I jerked back, as if I had leaped from a trap. My head was buzzing, my heart pounding. I realized I had been on the verge of falling into the well. What the hell was that? I didn't waste another second thinking, and gathering the last of my strength, made my way toward the village exit. On the other side, I saw another set of gates, just as decrepit and heavy as the first. Without hesitation, I opened them and quickly left this eerie place, feeling the air behind me grow more oppressive with each step. I kept walking along the road, staring at the ground, trying not to miss a single footprint. My steps were cautious, and I carefully studied the path ahead. The tracks I was following reassured me that I was on the right path, which calmed me slightly. After a couple of miles, the road ahead began to split, forcing me to stop. I looked around, trying to find some trace or sign that would point me in the right direction, but there was nothing. No tracks, no markings that could help me choose. I could only hope for luck. After a brief hesitation, I chose the left path and moved forward. I walked quietly, constantly glancing over my shoulder, feeling the tension creeping back. Up ahead, a large mountain loomed, and in the distance, I noticed some movement. My heart stopped. Something was happening ahead, and my instincts told me to proceed with caution. Suddenly, a loud noise erupted behind me. I froze, my heart racing. Quickly leaping off the road, I hid in the bushes, trying to remain still and quiet. Through the branches, I saw a cart roll down the road, pulled by a grotesque creature. It wasn't a normal horse or donkey, it was something else entirely. The creature was hideous, its body a hybrid between a horse and a donkey, but with mutated limbs covered in fur like a wild beast. Its eyes glowed yellow, and its teeth were sharp and exposed, as if it was eager to tear into its prey. I crouched in the bushes, hiding and breathing as quietly as I could, until the cart passed by me. The driver, if you could call it that, looked just as disturbing as the creature pulling it. It had long limbs and a face hidden beneath a hood, but even from a distance, I could sense that this being was not of this world. Once the cart had disappeared into the distance, I emerged from the bushes but didn't dare return to the road. Instead, I continued walking alongside it, staying hidden in the underbrush, until I spotted a massive structure up ahead. I approached and realized it was a quarry. From afar, I could hear the sound of stone being struck, metal scraping, and strange cries. I crouched low, trying not to draw attention, and crept closer until I found a tree that allowed me to observe everything happening below. I cautiously climbed up the tree and hid in its thick branches. What I saw made me freeze in horror. At the quarry below, creatures that at first glance resembled people were working. But as I looked closer, I realized they were chimeras, half human, half beast. Some had chicken legs, others had rabbit heads, and some were covered in fur like animals, yet they walked on two legs. All of them were digging at the rocks, hammering the earth, trying to avoid attracting the attention of the overseers. The overseers were even more terrifying. Massive, anthropomorphic creatures that resembled dogs but had human features. They wore leather clothing and held long whips, which they mercilessly cracked over the workers, forcing them to work faster. These creatures were enormous, with sharp teeth and menacing eyes. They didn't speak, only growled and made strange noises as they gave orders. Chills ran down my spine. It was like a surreal nightmare. These creatures didn't belong to any world I could comprehend. I was about to climb down from the tree when I saw one of the creatures with a rabbit head strike a green stone, producing a loud noise. The stone screamed. It wasn't a normal scream, but a wail of pain and anger. The creature with the rabbit head paid no attention and tossed the screaming stone into a basket. The stone continued to scream, cursing and demanding to be handled with care. But its words were drowned out by the noise of the quarry. I couldn't take it anymore. A deep, primal fear gripped my body. I climbed down from the tree as quietly as I could and hurried back to the fork in the road. This time I chose the other path, hoping it would lead me far away from these horrific places. I continued walking down the road, feeling exhaustion slowly building in my legs. Everything I had experienced so far, the chase, sneaking around, the horrifying creatures, had taken its toll. My mind and body craved rest. Soon, I noticed a small grove surrounded by bushes that looked secluded enough. I veered off the road and hid in the shade of the trees, sinking to the ground to rest for a while. The wind gently swayed the tree branches, and for a brief moment, I even thought that this place seemed safer than what I had seen before. I tried to relax, but suddenly I heard light footsteps on the road. Hiding behind the bushes, I carefully peeked out. Strange creatures were running down the road, something like anthropomorphic figures, but their movements were jerky and unnatural, as if their bodies moved in ragged, stuttering bursts. I couldn't make out their faces as they dashed past, but these beings clearly didn't belong to the ordinary world. Once they disappeared into the distance, I finally stood up and continued on my way. I walked further along the road, keeping my guard up, always listening for any sounds around me. Soon I saw a large mansion ahead. Its silhouette loomed against the starry sky, and even from afar it looked dark and ominous. As I got closer, I began to inspect it with caution. The mansion was old and decrepit, though it still bore traces of its former grandeur. Massive stone walls rose upward as if reaching for the sky. The windows were covered in dust and shut with heavy shutters. The grass in the yard was tall and overgrown, and the wrought iron gates in front of the house appeared rusty and almost abandoned. Yet despite its neglect, something about this place made me wary. I approached the gates and slowly opened them, trying not to make a sound. Inside the courtyard on the old grounds, something strange and unsettling caught my eye. In the center stood a large cage, and inside it was a man. I looked closely and realized that it was the very man I had tried to save earlier. He sat inside the cage, exhausted and with his head hung low, as if he had lost all hope. In front of the cage were rows of chairs, neatly arranged as if in preparation for some kind of event. The chairs were lined up in several rows on one side, as though for an audience. On the opposite side stood a platform with 3 large chairs that looked like judges' seats. The atmosphere was strange and tense, as if this place was intended for some kind of ritual or trial. But what was even stranger? Aside from the man in the cage, there was no one else in the courtyard. I slowly examined the scene, feeling the tension and fear begin to mount. Everything seemed poised for something sinister to happen, but for now, I was the only witness to this eerie spectacle. Realizing there was no immediate danger, I crouched down and ran toward the cage where the man was sitting. I began frantically examining it, looking for a way to open the lock. The man inside stirred and looked at me with surprise, as if he hadn't expected to see anyone here. Seeing this, I said, "Hang on, I'll get you out of here soon." But the man didn't look as relieved as I had expected. He was startled, almost as if he saw someone who wasn't supposed to be here. I kept searching for the lock, but quickly realized that the cage was sealed with a key, and without it, There was no way I could open it. My heart pounded harder. I couldn't leave him like this. The man finally spoke, his voice tense. "Who are you?" "I'm here to save you," I replied, not stopping my efforts to find any way to open the cage. "Do you know what this place is? Where are we?" The man furrowed his brow, as if he was pondering something crucial. He didn't answer right away, but after a brief pause, he asked another question. "Are you human?" I froze, not understanding why he was so interested in that, but I answered anyway. "Of course human, just like you." The man let out a heavy sigh and looked at me with sadness. "You shouldn't be here." Suddenly he started screaming. His voice cut through the silence so sharply that I instinctively flinched. I tried to calm him down, not understanding why he was acting this way. I was just trying to help. But his screams grew louder and louder, and I realized I had no choice but to hide. The situation was becoming too dangerous. I quickly darted into the nearest bushes and remained motionless, blending into the shadows. Moments later, creatures like those overseeing the quarry rushed to the cage. They surrounded it and began questioning the man. "What's happening?" The man inside the cage screamed even louder. "There's a human here." The creatures, however, merely sneered, not believing his words. They opened the cage and began beating him with their long, clawed hands. One of them said with disdain, "Idiot. Don't try to save yourself. You're already condemned." They beat him for several more minutes before stepping out of the cage and standing nearby. Soon other creatures began gathering in the courtyard, taking seats on the chairs as if they were attending some important event. I crouched in the bushes, watching with horrifying clarity that this was no ordinary trial. This was something ancient and terrifying, something beyond my understanding. The bartender I had seen earlier emerged onto the platform. He took a seat in one of the 3 large chairs, clearly feeling like an important figure in this place. However, the central chair remained empty. I continued watching, frozen in place, as suddenly something else appeared on the platform. It was a being that seemed more shadow than body. It moved so smoothly it appeared to glide above the ground. Completely concealed beneath a black robe, it radiated a cold terror. Only its glowing eyes were visible beneath the hood, like windows into a void. The creature took the central chair, and its voice, cold and penetrating, echoed through the courtyard. "Laris, you broke our rules. You killed a human from the other side." Upon hearing this name, I realized the prisoner's name was Laris. The creature continued, "This happened during a time when killings were forbidden. As you all know, we have a pact with the humans that allows us to hunt only at certain times. Those who break this pact face death." The burning eyes of the creature focused on Laris, and I felt an icy chill run through me. It went on, "How dare you remain in this form? Reveal your true self." The man in the cage began to shake, his face contorted, and suddenly I realized my mistake. All this time, I had thought I was saving a human. But before my eyes, Laris began to transform. His body writhed and twisted, and before me emerged a monster, a rat, or rather a creature with a human body and a rat's face. A long tail slithered out of his clothes, and sharp claws appeared on his hands. Laris, who had seemed human in my eyes, was a chimera. I watched this transformation, feeling both anger and fear swell inside me. I had risked my life to save a monster. Now I understood that this creature deserved its fate. Laris fell to his knees, pleading pitifully with the creature in the robe. "Spare me. Please don't kill me." The being, like an embodiment of death itself, remained unmoved. Its voice was cold and merciless, as though it were delivering a final judgment. "Your time is up. I stayed hidden, cursing myself for being fooled by this deception. Suddenly, the rat began looking around and said, "There's a human here. I know there's a human here." I froze. Its voice sounded hysterical, as though it was trying to delay its execution, to distract those who had come to judge it. The hooded being sitting on the throne chuckled darkly and said, "What nonsense are you spouting? Don't make things up. How could a human possibly be here?" But the rat continued to insist, trembling in fear and desperately trying to buy itself time. Suddenly, a creature resembling a giant hound, which had been silent until now, lifted its nose and sniffed the air. Its eyes flared, and it bared its teeth. "I do smell a human." I froze, feeling my heart clench with fear. The dog-like creature snapped its head in my direction and pointed with its paw. "He's hiding there." The world seemed to stand still for a moment. Adrenaline surged through my veins, and I knew I had been found. There was only one option left: to run. I bolted from the bushes without looking back, sprinting as fast as my legs would carry me. Behind me, I heard the monstrous roar of the creatures as they gave chase. Their heavy footsteps thundered on the ground, getting closer with each passing second. Their breathing grew louder, almost at my back. Every moment felt like an eternity. I dashed out of the estate, leaping over rocks and branches, hearing the monsters close in. Desperately, I searched for a way out and soon crashed into the forest, hoping against hope that the trees and shadows would be my salvation. The forest felt endless, and I raced through its dense darkness, branches clawing at my skin. But I couldn't stop. My chest burned with heavy breaths. My heart pounded so loudly that I thought the monsters could hear it. The pursuit didn't let up. The creatures tore through the earth behind me, their snarls echoing through the air like a malevolent chorus. I knew they were surrounding me. The sound of their steps came from all directions, as if they were closing in on me like a tightening net. With every step, their chase became more relentless, and my strength was fading. Panic overwhelmed me, and the only thought screaming in my mind was, "This is the end. This is my end." The realization hit me hard. I wouldn't escape. They would catch me. The world around me closed in, turning the forest into a trap. I could almost feel their hot breath on my back, their claws ready to sink into my flesh. In that moment of utter desperation, the ground beneath my feet suddenly gave way. For one horrifying second, I lost control of my body and realized I was falling into some kind of deep pit. The air constricted around me, and the scream that wanted to escape my throat remained silent. Everything happened too quickly. I blacked out before I could even comprehend what had occurred. I woke up on a cold concrete floor, assaulted by an awful stench that filled my nostrils. Opening my eyes, I saw a puddle of vomit nearby. Disgusted, I quickly got up, my head spinning. Looking around, I was horrified to realize where I was, behind the bar, in the exact spot where I had thrown up the night before. I had passed out there, but now that I was awake, it was morning. I stood there, confused, trying to make sense of it all. Where were the monsters I had seen last night? How did I end up here? At first glance, it seemed like nothing had happened, but my head throbbed, and deep down, I knew that everything I had experienced wasn't just a product of my imagination. I checked myself. My clothes were fine, no blood, no wounds. It was as if the horrors I had endured were merely a dream, but I knew it couldn't have been just a dream. Outside, people walked by, glancing at me with disgust, likely mistaking me for a drunk who had spent the night behind the bar. But I didn't care. Their opinions meant nothing to me. I staggered forward, leaving the alley. When I looked up, I saw the place where I thought the bar had been last night. But instead of the familiar building with its sign, there was an abandoned, boarded-up house. No sign, no trace of the bar ever existing. It had simply vanished. I stared at it in confusion. What is this? I thought. Had it all been a dream? I walked up to the boarded-up door and tried to pull it, but it was tightly sealed. The windows were boarded up too, and everything about the house suggested it had been vacant for years. People walked past, ignoring me, while I stood there, trying to understand what this all meant. Had it all really happened? Or had it been just a dream? I couldn't believe it. Everything had been so real. The terror, the monsters, the shape-shifting bartender, the trial. Inside me, chaos was brewing. On one hand, I was relieved to have escaped alive, but on the other I couldn't grasp whether it had been reality or a nightmare. Everything that had happened felt too real. I looked around again, trying to find some clue. But all I saw was an ordinary street, ordinary people, and this abandoned house. I inwardly sighed with relief, thankful that I had made it out alive. But the doubts gnawed at me. Those creatures, those events, they couldn't have just been a figment of my mind. I went home, trying to make sense of it all. Several times after that night, I returned to the place, hoping to find some trace of the bar or the creatures. But every time, it was just the same boarded-up house. Those I told about it just laughed and said I must have dreamed it or had hallucinations. But I knew what I had seen was real. My memories were too vivid, too sharp. Since then, I hadn't seen those creatures again. But the words of the hooded figure at the trial haunted me. We're only allowed to hunt them at certain times. Those words sank deep into my soul, and every time I remembered them, I felt a tight knot of fear. I realized that I had been a near victim of something far larger, something ancient, lurking just beyond the edges of our world, and that fear never left me.
Story 3.
It's probably Alex, Jane said to her friend as the annoying sound of the doorbell echoed through the apartment. She headed toward the hallway to let him in. With a hand adorned with silver rings, she turned the door handle. Standing in the doorway was a young man, about 18. Yes, if he had knocked on the wrong door, he could have easily frightened the person who answered. His appearance gave off the immediate impression of a hooligan or even a criminal, although he was neither. Dressed in a leather jacket, his shoulders were covered in 2 rows of metal spikes, the closest ones to his neck hidden by his long, untamed hair. Several thick chains crisscrossed his torso, hanging loosely along the length of his jacket. His face was marked by metal studs, with a small, shiny spike piercing just below his lip. On one hand, he wore a spiked bracelet, while on the other, a claw-shaped ring stretched across the 3 phalanges of his index finger. "Hey, Alex," Jane greeted him, stepping aside to let him in. "You didn't have to dress up, it's just us here. You could have run up 2 flights in something simpler. Or is it true what they say? You even sleep in this getup?" she teased with a smirk. All right, quit picking on me," Alex shot back. "I could say the same about you." He wasn't wrong. Jane, who had been part of the Gothic subculture for years, was dressed just as strikingly. A black corset cinched her already narrow waist, and a black skirt adorned with lace and narrow strips of fabric completed her look. Peeking out from under her hair was a spiked collar. Against her pale, almost white face, her black-painted lips and eyes stood out sharply. "Has Sarah arrived yet?" Alex asked, closing the door behind him. "Yeah, I'm here," a voice called from the next room. "So why are we meeting at your place instead of going out?" he asked Jane. I want to show you something really interesting, she replied. Come in and take off your jacket, it's hot in here. She glided into the living room and Alex followed. Hey, Sarah, he greeted the girl sitting on the couch. Compared to her friends, Sarah, dressed in a white blouse and a short red skirt, looked perfectly ordinary. Jane gestured for Alex to sit on the couch next to Sarah before disappearing into the other room. When she returned, she was holding something large and awkwardly shaped, almost formless at first glance. She placed it on the table in front of the couch and sat down next to her friends. Now they could see that it was an ancient, time-worn stone disc. It was covered with countless tiny symbols, most of which were entirely unfamiliar to the group. In the center of the disc, amidst the strange inscriptions, was a rough-cut red gemstone that shimmered, even in the dim light. My dad brought this stone for research, Jane explained. I told you he's an archaeologist, right? He showed it to me right before he left. He won't be back for a week. He said this stone was used in some kind of dark rituals to summon evil spirits, and that the writing is in multiple ancient languages. Alex, she turned to him. You're studying a language, aren't you? Is it here? These are probably really ancient languages. I'm learning modern Hebrew. My mom speaks it, and she's been pushing me to learn it too. But I've never wondered how close it is to the ancient version, Alex replied. Maybe I can figure something out if it's in Hebrew. He leaned closer to the stone, squinting at the faded tiny letters. Okay, he murmured. The top part looks Asian. This could be Greek. No idea what this is. There are even Egyptian hieroglyphs here. And what about that part under the line? Sarah asked, trying to help. Not sure. Probably something Indian, Alex replied, squinting even more as he bent closer to the stone. Ah, here's some Hebrew. Can you translate it? The girls asked in unison, their curiosity piqued. I'll try, Alex said, and began. It says, the Stone of Vengeance. Is that it? Sarah asked, surprised. Not at all, Alex replied, feeling a bit defensive. He continued translating, desires vengeance. Speak this. Then it gets unclear. This part doesn't even look like Hebrew. Something about 3. Oh, wait. Here's something clearer. Then your thought will... No. Your thought will manifest. The spirit of vengeance. And more. But his death, by thought alone. Something about the sorcerer creates. I can't make out much else. Stone. Sorcerer. Death. Something like that. How on earth did people summon spirits using this nonsense? Sarah asked, clearly frustrated with the stone's incomprehensible nature. Wait a second, Jane interrupted excitedly, as an idea hit her. Speak this. And then there's gibberish. What if it's not meant to be translated? What if it's a spell that needs to be spoken as is? Then the phrase should repeat in the other languages. Let me check the Greek. I'm familiar with the alphabet, Alex said. After a few moments of studying the Greek text, he confirmed, yeah, it's the same phrase. Well, if that's the case, maybe we should try casting a spell, Jane suggested, her voice full of enthusiasm. She wasn't entirely convinced it would work, but even the smallest chance of encountering the forces of darkness thrilled her. Alex reread the inscription carefully. After finishing, he scratched his head and turned to the girls, who were already discussing the likelihood of the spell working. But we need to consider that we're not just summoning any spirit or acquiring some magical power, Alex explained. Desires vengeance, spirit of vengeance, death. It seems like this spell has a very specific purpose, to exact revenge, to kill someone. Do we have any enemies we wish dead? After a brief silence, during which each of them mentally reviewed their list of enemies and picked out the most deserving of death, Sarah spoke first. I don't know about you, but I definitely know whose death I want, she said through clenched teeth. That witch Jennifer. She's been tormenting me for ages, always trying to embarrass me or make me look bad. She hates me and goes out of her way to hurt me. If I'm sending anyone to this spirit of vengeance, it's her. And I, Alex added, want to destroy Michael and his gang. Who are they? Sarah asked. They're this group that hangs out near my building almost every day. They think anyone who stands out even a little deserves a beating. Do they deserve to die? Absolutely. If I get the chance to wipe them off the face of the earth, I wouldn't hesitate for a second, Alex said, growing more furious with each word as he recalled the wrongs they had done to him. His face reddened, his body trembled slightly, and in a sudden burst of anger he punched his leg. Realizing he was acting strange, he quickly apologized. Sorry, I just really hate them. Well, Jane, do you have anyone you'd want to see dead? Yes, I do. Remember Jack? She asked, frowning. Yeah, Sarah said knowingly. You want to take out your boyfriend? Ex-boyfriend, Jane corrected her. That jerk lied to me and left for that idiot Lauren. I want them both dead, she snarled, imagining Jack and Lauren's mutilated bodies. Well, since we all have people we want dead, we can proceed, Alex said in an official tone, having fully established himself as the leader of this magical experiment. He unconsciously considered himself the most suitable for the role, not only because he was the only man there, but also the only one who could read even part of the mysterious inscriptions. But I suggest we fully understand what we're expecting from this spell, he continued. From what I gathered, it goes something like this. One who seeks vengeance, say, then comes the spell. Your thought will manifest into the spirit of vengeance, but the death of your enemy will only come from the thought the sorcerer creates with the help of the stone. That's my best guess. Hold on a second. Alex pulled a scrap of paper and a pen from his pocket, luckily having them on hand. After glancing thoughtfully at the untranslated Hebrew text, and then shifting to the Greek with a smile, he began jotting down the Latin letters, marking stresses over the incomprehensible words. Here's the gibberish we get. Let's hope it's not just random sounds, but some ancient, maybe lost language, he said, handing the girls the paper. I think we should all say it together. Practice it a few times to yourselves first. Sarah and Jane silently repeated the strange words a few times. Then, exchanging glances, they said, We're ready. All right, let's begin, Alex said. The three gathered around the small scrap of paper and chanted the words from the unknown language in unison. Bihad tak ronan li nekwai. After a few moments of watching the stone and glancing around the room, waiting for something to happen, Jane complained, Well, as usual, nothing happened. This is exactly what I expected. Sarah and Alex sighed heavily, equally disappointed by the spell's lack of effect. Maybe we're not supposed to see anything, Alex offered, trying to reassure the girls. Maybe our enemies are already suffering. He was about to say more when Jane interrupted him. Wait, she cried out excitedly, her voice laced with hope. When you translated the first time, you found the number 3, which you later skipped. What if we're supposed to say it 3 times? Let's try it 2 more times. Looking back at the paper to make sure they didn't forget the words, they solemnly recited the spell twice more. Bihad tak ronan li nekwai. Bihad tak ronan li nekwai. The 3 friends jumped as a deafening crack of thunder filled the air. Black clouds rapidly covered the sky, plunging the apartment into near darkness. Lightning occasionally illuminated the room, only for it to quickly sink back into shadows. Now the young sorcerers noticed a bright red glow coming from nearby. Squinting into the darkness, they realized the glow was coming from the gemstone in the center of the disk. As they leaned closer to the stone in astonishment, a bright beam of light shot from the red gem, striking Sarah. She stumbled back a few steps but managed to stay on her feet. "Are you okay?" a frightened Jane asked. "Yeah, I'm fine," Sarah replied. "It's just, all my thoughts are jumbled. There's this voice in my head. It's telling me I have to choose what form I want the spirit of vengeance to take. It's nonsense." "No, it's not," Alex said. "The inscription said your thoughts create the spirit. You have to either say or concentrate on who or what you want to send after Jennifer." "A giant snake will do just fine," Sarah said. A flash of lightning lit up the room. Then a bright light, concentrated in the center of the room. Jane, Sarah, and Alex had moved back from that spot, illuminated a small area, leaving the rest of the room in darkness like a spotlight on a dimly lit stage. There, in the magical glow, a black silhouette began to form, slowly taking the shape of a 10-foot-tall werewolf. The creature growled menacingly, but lowered its head occasionally, as if expressing submission. "It works," Sarah cried out. "Though, I probably shouldn't have gone with a werewolf. I should have summoned a giant spider or something." At that moment, the werewolf turned black and dissolved into a cloud of smoke, which slowly reformed into a new shape. Now, standing before them was a huge, hairy, dark green spider with the head of a wolf. It eyed the group curiously, bearing long, sharp fangs dripping with slime. "See," Jane said to Sarah, "you can shape it with your thoughts. I bet until you confirm your choice somehow, you can create whatever you want. So why don't you get creative and summon something more fitting for that witch than a werewolf or a wolf spider? I think he's scary and strong enough for my purposes. He's a magical instrument of vengeance. He doesn't need to eat. But the attack, that's the fun part. His web should bind the victim while secreting acid that slowly burns the flesh beneath the sticky strands," Sarah said, surprising her friends with her cruelty. Then, after a moment of reflection, she added, "I know my creation is already strong enough to wipe out that pest, but I still want to be sure," Sarah said with a wicked grin. "Let my werewolf, spider, be invincible. If everything I say about it comes true, then it should have lightning-fast reflexes, incredible speed, pinpoint accuracy when shooting its webs, and perfect instincts. If anyone even tries to attack it, it should immediately ensnare them with its deadly threads. That's it. Let the spirit of vengeance be like that." The bright glow faded. The creature slowly approached Sarah and bowed its grotesque head before her. "Go, monster. Find Jennifer and destroy her," Sarah commanded, her excitement growing as she embraced her control over the supernatural forces. The creature took a few steps back. Then, with a sudden leap, it vaulted over its creator, curling its dark green body into a tight ball. There was the sound of shattering glass as the monster crashed through the window. Alex, Sarah, and Jane rushed to the window and saw the wolf-like spider land nimbly on its 4 springy legs before darting down the street toward its victim's home. Suddenly, Alex staggered, almost falling out of the window as a red beam struck him as well. The room lit up once more. "Looks like it's my turn," he sighed, now doubting whether what they were doing was right. "My spirit of vengeance," he began loudly, "will be like this, alive on the inside, but outside it will be an impenetrable sphere of the strongest metal, nothing able to pierce it." In the magical glow, a gleaming metal sphere appeared, its surface reflecting the light and making it even brighter. The sphere will be divided into segments, each lined with thin, razor-sharp blades. The sphere's surface now displayed narrow, horizontal grooves, bristling with small knives, and it will be able to spin those sections at any speed it desires, slicing its victims with the blades. The rows of knives began to spin furiously around the creature. Alex fell silent. "And that's it?" Jane asked. "What more do you want?" Alex replied. "No, wait. I'll try to make it a bit more anthropomorphic. Give me a moment." He muttered something, and the creature rapidly changed form. The sphere transformed into a spiked torso, sprouting arms, legs, and a head. It was no longer just a floating ball. Now it resembled a stout knight encased in full steel armor. Its entire body was covered with sharp blades of varying lengths, spinning wildly except where they might collide with each other. The creature expertly controlled their movements. For example, when it raised its arm, the blades near its torso immediately sped up, avoiding any damage. Its hands ended not in fingers but in long drills, wide at the base and narrowing to sharp points. Even its head was adorned with spinning daggers, the uppermost of which scraped the ceiling, leaving deep gouges as they spun without pause. "Wow, that's impressive!" Sarah exclaimed. "But it's more of a machine than a living creature." "Why not?" its creator protested. "Open up!" Some of the blades stopped and segments of the skin slid apart, revealing the creature's chest. Beneath the metal there was bleeding flesh, and in a deep cavity on the left side a massive heart beat furiously. After displaying its insides for a moment, the creature covered itself again with thick, impenetrable armor. Inside, it might be vulnerable, but no steel or even a nuclear bomb could penetrate that outer shell, and it can slice anyone who gets in its way into tiny pieces. Yes, that will be my spirit of vengeance. Go now, my destroyer. Kill those bastards. The sorcerers stepped aside, pressing themselves against the walls to let the steel monster pass. It lumbered forward with a heavy rolling gait. It seemed to fill the entire room, so they stood perfectly still, afraid that the sharp blades might touch them. When it reached the window, the creature lazily toppled over the frame and plummeted to the ground. With a deafening crash, it hit the pavement, and rising from the shallow crater it created, hurried off in search of its targets. "Well, I guess it's my turn," Jane exclaimed. All this time she had been carefully considering what kind of creature to create. One thing was certain. She didn't want to make an animal, or even worse, a machine. No, her creature had to be truly magical. Jane had already formed it in her mind, so she didn't bother describing its appearance. Instead, she simply said, "Come forth, Lord of Flesh. Appear as I wish you to be." A black vortex spun wildly in the glowing magical light, taking on the shape of a man. The smoke cleared, and before the group stood a grotesque creation. It was humanoid, seemingly male but completely skinless. From the blood-soaked skull sprouted long spikes, forming something like a crown. A network of elastic tendons and fibers grew from its shoulders, so long they dragged along the ground like a royal mantle. "Wow," Alex gasped. "But what's its power?" "Its power is the magical dominion over flesh," Jane replied. "With just a thought, it can make any flesh bend, twist, tear, fuse, grow, or disintegrate. It can become harder than stone or melt into a vile sludge. And unlike your creatures, mine is as intelligent as a human and can speak. Go, Lord of Flesh. Mercilessly destroy Jack and Lauren, and tell them I sent you." The Lord of Flesh bowed obediently and vanished into the air. As the dark mist faded, the clouds which had been tightly packed over the city scattered, revealing the night sky and a full moon. The magical glow in the apartment disappeared, as did the red light from the enchanted stone. Jane walked to the wall and flipped the switch, filling the room with artificial light. Glancing unhappily first at the slashed ceiling and then at the shattered window, she sighed and muttered, "We should have done this outside, or at least in some abandoned house." After a moment she added, "But at least it wasn't for nothing. We've made contact with the supernatural, and now our monsters are out to get those scumbags." Jennifer, a tall, slender blonde, the very image of modern beauty as portrayed by television and magazine covers, switched off the bedside lamp and snuggled into her warm blanket, falling peacefully asleep. She was lying with her back to the window, so even if she had opened her eyes, she wouldn't have seen the strange scene unfolding on the other side of the glass. From somewhere above, white threads slowly descended across the window, forming a complex pattern before hardening and covering the entire surface. Gradually, the glass beneath the web began to darken, emitting foul-smelling black fumes. With each passing second, the glass became softer and more flexible, though it didn't break, tightly bound by the strange web. The monstrous creature, which had been silently lurking on the wall between the windows of the 6th and 7th floors, twitched its tendrils, and tearing away the softening mass from the frame, silently adhered it to a nearby patch of wall. Then, lowering its 4 deadly abdomens, the beast began to weave its corrosive substance over the second pane of glass, and again fell silent. This time, when the surface had softened enough, a small square, untouched by the web, became too heavy for the weakening material to support. The fragment fell, shattering on the wooden floor with a loud crash. Jennifer woke up. She turned to see where the sound had come from, and finding herself in total darkness, frantically slapped the lamp's switch. The light chased away the shadows and clearly revealed the source of the eerie blackness. The window was nearly covered in dark webbing. Terrified but curious, Jennifer reached out, and to her surprise, she had thought the darkness was behind solid glass. Her hand sank into the sticky substance. Her fingers pierced through it and stuck to the web. Feeling a sharp burning sensation, Jennifer screamed. Hearing her cry, or perhaps sensing the vibrations of the threads, the monster severed the webbing from the spinnerets that had produced it. The soft mixture of web and black substance fell, partially spilling out onto the street and partially into the apartment. Realizing the dangerous properties of the now semi-solid mass, Jennifer quickly leaped onto her bed, but her hand was still attached to the sticky threads. Suffering from intense pain, Jennifer instinctively tried to free her fingers with her other hand, but it too became stuck in the caustic glue. Having learned from her earlier mistake, she didn't attempt to peel the web from her deteriorating skin again, but now, with both hands trapped, she had no choice. She slowly backed away, whimpering softly, stretching the threads in the hope they would detach from her flesh. At the same time, the creature, not just a hunter bent on killing its prey, but a fusion of the stone's power, created for vengeance, and the cruel will of the human who summoned it, emerged from its hiding spot and perched above the lethal substance, which did not harm it. Seeing the monster, Jennifer screamed again and recoiled sharply. In that moment, the last remnants of flesh on the fingers of her right hand, the first to be caught in the burning trap, turned to bloody pulp. With a final jerk, her hand came free, though it left behind the last phalanges of 3 fingers in the web. Still screaming, the unfortunate woman struggled to free her other hand, gripping nearby objects with her now mutilated stump, staining everything with red. The wolf-like spider merely sat and watched her suffering, its silent presence amplifying her terror. Then suddenly it unfurled one of its abdomens and precisely shot a stream of the grayish liquid at Jennifer's exposed leg. This time, the substance was more acidic than adhesive, and it rapidly began eating through her shin. Flesh, muscle, bone. The bone thinned, and unable to bear her weight, snapped. Jennifer, still bound by one hand, collapsed onto the bed, leaving her foot behind on the floor. She no longer resisted the strong webbing. With all its limbs, the monster grabbed Jennifer's barely living body. It adjusted its grip and began spinning her, swiftly wrapping her in its caustic web. Like a mummy, it wrapped her in its webbing, but being an instrument of brutal vengeance, it left a small area of her lower face uncovered. Its victim would die not from suffocation, but from the destruction of her skin, blood loss, and unbearable pain. Nearby, a group of local thugs had gathered outside an adjacent building. Dressed in torn, dirty, and mismatched clothes, with bottles in hand, they sat on the steps, thinking about what kind of harmful or pointless trouble they could get into next. "Hey, Michael," one of them called out loudly to the leader of their small gang. "I've got an idea. Let's sneak up to the top floor and start ringing all the doorbells as we run back down." "You're such an idiot," Michael snapped, sitting on the highest step, looking down at his underlings. "That's kid stuff. We did that when we were like 10. I've got something better. Let's jump the first person who comes in from the street." Hearing the approving cheers of his fellow gang members, Michael barked, "Hey, blockhead." The name wasn't an insult, but rather a nickname. "You hide by the door and clock the first person who walks in, then the rest of us will join in." Blockhead, a broad-shouldered thug with an unusually small head that seemed to sink into his ridiculous hat, jumped up and stationed himself by the heavy metal door. Standing there, he made faces and fake punches, acting out how he would deal with the first unlucky person to walk through. He stopped goofing around only when he heard a strange sound from outside, something like the combination of a drill screeching and a helicopter rotor spinning. Blockhead edged closer to the door, trying to figure out what was happening. At that moment, a powerful force from the outside violently swung the door open. The hydraulic door closer snapped, and the metal door slammed into Blockhead with brutal force, pinning him against the wall. The hinges couldn't withstand the impact, and the door, now detached, wobbled for a moment before falling to the ground. Blockhead collapsed after it, the sickening crunch of shattered bones echoing in the stairwell. Blood dripped from the numerous places where his ribs had punctured his skin, and his head was grotesquely deformed. In the doorway stood the destroyer, or rather, it only peeked through, as it was too tall and wide to fit through the frame. The thugs, cursing in shock and fear, watched as the machine squeezed into the entrance. Its long, spinning blade sliced through the walls, quickly widening its path to the terrified gang. Taking a few steps back, the steel monster charged forward, crashing into the wall it had already weakened with its knives, sending chunks of concrete and metal rebar flying. Michael and his cronies bolted up the stairs, trying to escape certain death. The destroyer pursued them, but the narrow stairwell couldn't contain its massive form. Its spinning, drill-like arms bored into the concrete walls, with the left arm cutting into one side while the right one obliterated part of the next landing. One of the gang members tripped on a step and tumbled down, rolling straight into the path of the enraged monster. A heavy foot came down on him, leaving a deep, jagged mark on his lifeless body. One by one, the thugs made critical mistakes, tripping, falling, or simply running too slowly. They were caught by the massive drills, crushed and torn apart. Now only one target remained: Michael. He had managed to stay far enough ahead of the terrifying creature. 8th floor, 9th, 10th. That was it. There was nowhere else to run. Panicking, Michael banged on the nearest door, but no one answered. He dashed to the roof, but a thick chain with a large padlock, placed there specifically to prevent people like him from breaking in, blocked his way. Here the destroyer caught up with him. In one swift motion, it drove its drills into Michael's hands, piercing his wrists, but stopped just short of shredding them completely. Stretching its powerful arms to the sides, it pinned Michael against the wall, driving the drill ends into the concrete. Immobilized, unable to flee or end his suffering by hurling himself onto the blades, Michael could only watch as the spinning knives on the destroyer's torso, chest, and legs slowly advanced toward him. The blades barely grazed his flesh at first, leaving shallow cuts, but then they dug deeper and deeper. The upper blades reached his face, splintering the bones of his skull. Michael was still alive. The door to Jack's apartment swung open as he and his girlfriend, Lauren, entered. They were laughing and joking, completely unaware of the danger that awaited them. "Do you love me?" Lauren asked playfully, for what felt like the 100th time. "Of course I do," Jack replied, wrapping his arms around her. Lauren gently pushed him away and added, "I hope you don't still love that gloomy freak Jane, do you?" "Obviously not," Jack said, running his hands along the black wall, searching for the light switch. He was about to say more, but at that moment, he slipped and fell to the floor with a thud. "Damn," he cursed. "Something spilled here." "But we didn't spill anything before we left," Lauren exclaimed. Finally, she found the switch and flicked it on. She screamed when she looked down at Jack. He was sitting in a pool of blood. Terrified, Jack leapt to his feet, frantically trying to shake off the dark red, sticky liquid. Then, like a trapped animal, his eyes darted around the room, and he noticed that the pool of blood stretched down the hallway toward the kitchen, as if it had been smeared with a wide rag. Grabbing a metal dustpan from the entryway, Jack slowly followed the gruesome trail, with Lauren clutching his shoulder, trembling. They reached the dark kitchen, and luckily, the switch was right by the door. The light flooded the room, revealing the floor soaked in blood. By the window stood a grotesque figure, a long, blood-soaked cloak, a head crowned with a bony crown. "What the hell is that?" Lauren screamed. The figure, still standing motionless, turned its head 180 degrees, revealing its hideous face to the terrified couple, and in a raspy voice it spoke, "I am the Lord of Flesh, the instrument of vengeance sent by my creator, Jane. She wants you to suffer." With those words, the creature slowly turned its entire body to match the direction of its head. "What kind of sick joke is this? Get out of here," Jack shouted, still not grasping the reality of the situation. He charged at the creature, raising the dustpan. But before he could swing, an excruciating pain shot through his arm, forcing him to drop his weapon. Two thick slabs of muscle burst from his forearm, writhing like tentacles. They stretched out, grabbed hold of a radiator pipe, and dragged his arm toward it, merging with the metal and growing a layer of skin over the connection. In a panic, Jack began grabbing random objects with his free hand and hurling them at the monster. But then his other arm began to change. Twisting and causing unbearable agony, the arm ejected its bones, the only part of the human body that Jane's Lord of Flesh couldn't control. The arm bent unnaturally and slammed Jack's hand into his face, where it fused with his cheek. "Run!" Jack screamed at Lauren. She took his advice and bolted toward the door, but the creature noticed her escape attempt. Dozens of strands of flesh shot out from her legs, tearing through her jeans and knotting together. The newly formed seam tightened sharply, and she crashed to the floor. Her legs rapidly fused together, flesh ripping, merging, and growing new skin. shedding bits of fabric, until she resembled a twisted version of a mermaid. Despite the pain and exhaustion, her will to survive drove her to crawl on her hands, using her tail-like legs to push herself forward. "I never thought such beautiful hands could be so strong," the Lord of Flesh sneered. It approached the crawling victim, grabbed her by the shoulders, and effortlessly ripped off both arms, leaving her writhing helplessly on the floor. Peeling the skin from her lifeless limbs, the creature muttered, "These will do nicely," as it grafted them onto its own sides. Then, with all 4 arms, the spirit of vengeance hoisted the girl into the air. Tearing the clothes from her back, it used its magic to grow 3 sturdy loops of flesh from her shoulder blades. Removing towels from 3 hooks on the wall, it hung Lauren there like a twisted piece of art. The Lord of Flesh turned to Jack, who had almost stopped struggling. With a deathly grip, it seized the hand that was fused to the radiator and tore it away, ripping off the muscle that had bound him to the pipe. Supporting Jack so he wouldn't collapse, the creature dragged him toward Lauren. "Though I was only born today, I understand little of this world," the Lord of Flesh said. "However, I suspect that you angered my creator by being together. Allow me to help with that." With that, the creature plunged Jack's hand into Lauren's body. Flesh began to merge, with strands of tissue tearing free from their bodies and pulling them together, binding them into one. "What's the matter? Afraid to die?" the Lord of Flesh asked mockingly, his voice loud enough to cut through the cries of agony. "Don't worry, you'll live a while longer. Jane requested that your deaths be slow." The screams of people suffering at the hands of these monsters echoed throughout the nearby streets, not far from the cursed house where the creatures had been summoned. Alex, Jane, and Sarah sat quietly by the broken window, the lights turned off. Every now and then they peeked outside, listening intently to the despairing cries that filled the air. "Seems like the creatures are getting to them," Alex murmured softly. "We should try to sleep," Jane suggested, getting up. "In the morning we'll check the news, walk around the streets, and find out what really happened overnight." The sun rose over the city, struggling to chase away the darkness and evil that had descended upon its empty streets the night before. As the faint light of dawn appeared, Sarah woke up. She had barely slept through the night. Jane, on the other hand, lay peacefully with her eyes closed, quietly snoring. It seemed the previous night's events hadn't disturbed her much. Sarah got dressed and quietly slipped into the living room. There, sitting on a chair by the broken window, was Alex. He reluctantly turned toward her and muttered, "Do you think we did the right thing?" "I don't know," Sarah replied. "You probably shouldn't worry. Your enemies really didn't deserve to live. But as for Jennifer, I'm not so sure anymore. Yeah, she's a total bitch, but maybe that wasn't a reason to kill her, and definitely not in such a brutal way." "How do you know it was brutal?" Alex asked. "Words and thoughts, that's what drives our creatures. And in my thoughts, her death was supposed to be different. The monster was meant to keep her alive long enough to suffer," Sarah said. "Same with my destroyer," Alex replied. "At the very least, he should have tortured Michael. Seems like Jane's the only one who isn't worried." "Worried about what?" asked Jane as she entered the living room. "Exactly that," Sarah snapped. "We're all thinking about last night. Don't you feel bad about Jack?" "He betrayed me," Jane said, slightly surprised. "He got what he deserved. And more importantly, we now know that magic, spirits, and monsters are all real. It's all possible. It all exists. Let's see if the media picked up on any of this." With that, she grabbed the remote from the table and began pressing the buttons impatiently. "I keep forgetting it's broken," she muttered, switching the TV on manually. Oh, look, the news is on. After a few stories about politics and legal cases, the news anchor finally began talking about something that caught their attention. Last night, a series of mysterious and unexplainable incidents occurred, resulting in several human casualties. The screen switched to footage of a destroyed building. Its walls were splattered with blood, and the floor, the staircase, and the fallen door were marked with white outlines where bodies had once lain. Residents of the building made numerous calls, reporting that the entire structure was shaking and that screams could be heard from the hallway. When emergency services arrived, they discovered 14 bodies. We interviewed the responding officers. A man in uniform appeared on the screen, standing in front of the wrecked entrance, dismissing various theories. The idea of a terrorist attack was ruled out due to the lack of explosive fragments, and the theory of an earthquake was dismissed since it only affected one building, and no earthquake could cause such bizarre damage. The officer also mentioned that many of the bodies appeared to have been sliced with extremely fine blades, and one victim found on the top floor had been, in the reporter's words, ground into mincemeat. Around the same time, another horrific event took place on the next street over. A woman living on the 6th floor called the police after hearing a heart-wrenching scream from the neighboring apartment. However, since all the emergency units were responding to other calls, the police didn't arrive until morning. The camera then cut to scenes of the building, the stairwell, and parts of the apartment with some heavily filtered images, though the dark red hues beneath the pixelated filters hinted at the gruesome reality. The reporter detailed the discovery of a mutilated body, nearly a bare skeleton lying in a pool of blood, but the portion of the face from the mouth to the chin was left almost untouched. The people interviewed on screen proposed various outlandish theories. And we have just received information about 2 more strange and unexplainable deaths. Carl, a friend of the deceased, arrived at their apartment this morning. The door was unlocked. When he entered, he was greeted by a horrifying sight. Our correspondent is on the scene. The reporter appeared in front of the apartment entrance, which was cordoned off by the police. He hadn't been allowed inside. Neither the police nor the medical personnel have offered any detailed comments. However, based on their accounts, we can piece together a disturbing picture, no matter how absurd it may sound. Inside the apartment, half of which was drenched in blood, the authorities found what can only be described as a massive, tightly fused hunk of flesh, in which some parts of human bodies were still recognizable. As difficult as it is to believe, the medical team didn't declare death until 20 minutes after arriving, meaning that this lump, presumed to have been formed from at least 2 people's body parts, was still partially alive and faintly moving. "Jane, you're a terrifying person," Sarah said. "You've outdone us all in cruelty." "They deserved it," Jane muttered. Then, noticing Sarah's disapproving look, she added, "Maybe I went a little overboard. Listen, why don't you guys stay here with me? After everything that's happened, I don't feel like being alone." "Of course," Sarah replied. "I wouldn't want to be alone right now either. I'd be happy to stay. What about you, Alex?" "I just need to stop by somewhere real quick. But I'll be back after that," he said, putting on his spiked leather jacket. "I'll be fast, I promise." With those words, Alex left. After crossing a few streets and taking care of his errands, Alex was heading back to Jane's apartment when he suddenly heard a strange whirring sound coming from a narrow alley. He peered into the dark space between 2 tall buildings, which was dim even during the day. A homeless man, who had long claimed the alley's trash can as his own, came hurtling toward Alex, screaming, "Run! He's coming!" The old man, glancing over his shoulder, ran blindly and collided with Alex, nearly knocking him over. Grabbing the chains on Alex's jacket with his dirty hands, the wild-eyed man shouted, "Get out of here! He killed him! He killed him! Run!" When the homeless man realized that Alex wasn't going to follow him, he took off, sprinting down the street. The increasingly familiar whirring sound grew louder, and out of the darkness emerged the destroyer, its deadly propellers spraying fresh blood as it advanced. Alex couldn't believe his eyes. He didn't want to believe them. The spirit of vengeance was supposed to vanish once it had completed its task. But here it was, and worse yet, it was still killing people. "Stop, destroyer!" Alex shouted, bravely stepping into the path of the monstrous machine. "Why are you doing this? Stop immediately!" He hoped the creature would obey the one whose imagination had created it. For a moment, the destroyer paused. Then, after a brief hesitation, its blades began to spin again, and it charged toward Alex. He leaped to the side, ready to flee, but he quickly realized the machine wasn't targeting him. It continued its pursuit of the unfortunate homeless man. The spirit couldn't harm its creator, but it had been designed to eliminate anything in its way. But what was its goal now? Alex hurried back to Jane's apartment to tell the others what had happened. Bursting into the apartment, Alex began breathlessly, "You won't believe what just happened." But he stopped short when he saw Sarah and Jane, their eyes fixed on the television screen. "I think we do," Sarah said sadly. "Our creatures are still out there killing. The news just reported more mutilated bodies found all over the city, burned with an unknown acid, sliced into pieces by blades, and deformed by the Lord's magic. Someone even caught my werewolf spider on a cell phone camera. What happened?" "I don't know. I didn't see anything on the stone about recalling the spirits. Apparently, they're not leaving on their own," Alex replied. "I'll run home and grab my dictionary to see if I missed anything." He left and returned 10 minutes later, a book in hand. Without saying a word, he sat on the couch, where the stone still lay on the table, and began carefully studying the inscriptions. He sat for an hour, jotting down notes, crossing things out and rewriting. Meanwhile, the girls sat quietly in the kitchen, talking in hushed tones to avoid disturbing him. Finally, Alex emerged and announced, "I'm an idiot." He paused for a moment before continuing. "I rushed through the translation last time, irresponsibly skimming over the last few lines. I only understood a few words and pieced them together in a way that made sense to me." Jane and Sarah listened closely as Alex pulled a crumpled sheet of paper from his pocket and began reading. "Here's the translation, with the unfamiliar words accounted for this time. But his death, likely meaning the spirits, not the victims, will only occur from the sorcerer's thought, through the power created by the stone. But in that moment, the sorcerer may also die. Speak." And then the same incantation is repeated. Do you understand? The spirits won't leave on their own. They'll keep killing over and over until we stop them. So we have to say the incantation again to bring our ideas of how to destroy the monsters to life, but in doing so we might die ourselves. "Is that what you're saying?" Sarah asked. "That's exactly what I'm saying," Alex confirmed. "Why should we risk it?" Jane chimed in. "Let our creatures live. Let them kill. What good is this world anyway? Let it all go to hell. Look, I'm not afraid of death, but I'm certainly not going to die for the sake of humanity." "What's wrong with you? Don't you feel any guilt?" Alex exclaimed. "We're the reason these hellish creatures are roaming the earth, brutally killing anyone they come across. We have to destroy them, even if it costs us our own lives." He was about to launch into a deeper moral argument, but Sarah stopped him. "Listen, Jane," Sarah said. "I understand what you're saying, that you don't care about other people's lives. I won't even remind you of the danger these creatures pose to our friends and family. But that's not the point. You were the one who once told me that death should be beautiful. Maybe not easy, not quick, but beautiful. Because we only die once. Afterward, we enter eternity. And it won't matter if we lived for 20, 50, or 100 years. All of that will feel like a fleeting moment. So wouldn't it be better to face a death that brings down a terrible monster and saves humanity? Sarah reasoned. Jane sat in silence for a moment, then nodded. Maybe you're right. After all, I've already achieved the one thing I thought gave my life meaning. We encountered the supernatural, we summoned it, and we commanded it. Now, as true masters of this power, we must regain control, fully dominate it, and send it back to where it came from. And after that, having proven our mastery over a force capable of destroying the world, we can leave this world with dignity, a world where we could never rise any higher. Let's recite the incantation. Once again, the group of amateur sorcerers gathered around the enchanted stone. The fateful words were spoken 3 times, just as before. The stone glowed red for a brief moment, then dimmed. "Is that it?" Sarah asked, surprised. "Are the creatures dead? Are we still alive?" "I don't think so," Alex replied. "I have this feeling that the real test is still ahead of us." Their thoughts were interrupted by another round of screams from the shattered window. Looking outside, Alex saw 3 people running for their lives from Sarah's monstrous spider-werewolf hybrid. "Damn, it didn't work," he shouted in frustration, hitting the window frame. But there was no expected bang. Alex felt as though his hand had passed straight through the frame. "Did you see that?" he asked the girls. They shook their heads. At that moment, both Sarah and Jane were watching the spider monster as it expertly leaped through the air, chasing its prey. Momentarily distracted by Alex's question, they quickly returned their attention to the horrific scene outside. "Look at how high it can jump!" Sarah exclaimed with a strange mix of admiration and guilt, briefly forgetting about her remorse over the monster's victims as she pointed at the creature. At that very moment, a small flame flickered at the tip of her finger, no bigger than the flame of a candle or lighter. Terrified by the unexpected fire, Sarah tried to extinguish it, but the flame only grew stronger, though it caused her no pain. Panicking, she ran around the room, shouting and begging someone to bring her water. Alex rushed to the kitchen, grabbing a full kettle, but his hand passed right through it. He tried again, twice, but couldn't grip the metal handle. Stopping for a second, he reached again, and finally felt the kettle solidify in his grasp. Rushing back into the room, he managed to stop Sarah long enough to douse her finger in water. At last, the flame went out. Sarah stared at her finger in shock. It wasn't burned, but her nail was significantly shorter. Small bits of it clung to her skin, resembling drops of hardened wax, and she had to peel them off carefully. "I think I understand now," Sarah said, drawing the others' attention. "It all makes sense." Hearing this, her friend sat down next to her on the couch. Jane, for some reason, had picked up a small screwdriver from the cabinet, and as she sat on the couch listening intently to Sarah, she absent-mindedly started tinkering with the broken remote. "Do you remember how we created the monsters?" Sarah continued. "It was like we were possessed by a madness that drove us to make them not only fierce and cruel, but also invincible. We created them in such a way that not even an army could stop them. I think the stone took hold of our minds, making us create enemies that were far too powerful for ordinary humans to even try to fight back. But that wasn't the only strange thought I had. I don't know about you, but I definitely had it. When I thought about the invincibility of my spider werewolf, I vividly imagined something. I began wondering just how strong my creature was and who could possibly kill it. In my mind, I saw myself engulfed in flames. I was likely dying, melting like a wax candle as my flesh slowly dripped down to the ground. But I was directing the fire at the spider, and it was burning, unable to defend itself against me. My fire destroyed the web before it could even reach me. Now it's all clear. The flame on my finger was a sign of my power and my curse. With the power of fire, I will destroy the monster. But this fire is so strong that not even the ocean could extinguish it. It won't stop until I melt into a puddle of wax. That's how the stone's power works. That's how a thought kills both the creation and the creator. I think I figured out how to control it, Sarah said, as she lit small flames on the tips of each of her fingers, then immediately extinguished them. But I won't be able to put out a larger fire. Now I remember, Alex said, passing his hand through the table several times. I had a similar thought about the destroyer. I vividly imagined that if I could make my body, or parts of it, ghostly, made of some incredibly thin substance, I could slip my hand under the destroyer's armor and tear its insides apart. But at the same time, I thought that the longer I controlled that power, the harder it would be to return to my normal state. Until one day, I'd just dissolve into the air. That's probably how I'll die. What about you, Jane? Did you picture something? Jane hesitated, clearly having seen something but unwilling to share. I didn't see anything. That's impossible, Sarah and Alex exclaimed in unison. I didn't picture anything, Jane insisted. And as you can see, I haven't changed. I'm not burning, I'm not disappearing. I'm the same as I've always been. Jane, tell the truth, Alex pressed, and put down that remote. You're wasting your time with that thing. Why is it a waste? Jane shot back, twisting another screw into place. She pointed the strangely altered remote, its unnecessary parts strewn across the table, at the television and pressed a button. The screen flickered to life, showing yet another emergency report on the mysterious monsters terrorizing the city. Jane turned it off and, saying, "One more thing," pointed the remote in another direction and turned on the stereo system with the same button. "And besides, why should I have imagined something silly?" she continued. "I'm telling you, I didn't see anything. I didn't. As she repeated this, Jane pounded the table in frustration. With the first hit, she accidentally drove a sharp piece of plastic, discarded from the remote, into her hand, and with each subsequent strike, she drove the shard deeper, splattering blood across the table. Only after calming down did she notice the wound. Unfazed, she pulled the piece out and wrapped her hand with a nearby towel. "That's what we've been trying to tell you," Alex said, now understanding that Jane was lying to them. "You don't feel pain anymore. And since when did you become an expert in electronics? You say you haven't changed. If you have, it means you foresaw it, just like the rest of us. What did you imagine?" "I'm not going through with this," Jane said cryptically. "You two can die on your own." She suddenly burst into tears. "I don't want to die," she screamed, running to her room and locking the door. "I could just walk through the door," Alex mused. "Don't," Sarah stopped him. "Let her calm down. We'll get her once we've dealt with our creatures. Let's go. I'll handle the spider werewolf and you take care of the destroyer." "Why not together?" Alex asked. "Because one of us might die at the hands of the other's monster. Then who would defeat their own? Besides, we're running out of time. We're both slowly dying. If Jane doesn't come around after we've dealt with the monsters, we'll try to defeat the Lord of Flesh ourselves, though I doubt we'll succeed." Leaving Jane behind, Sarah and Alex stepped outside and set off to find their monsters. As they hurried through the city, they encountered numerous corpses, some sliced to pieces, others burned by the searing web, and still more that looked like grotesque works of modern art. By observing the increasing number of mutilated bodies, they tried to figure out the movements of their respective creatures. 5 warehouse workers, exhausted after a long and mistake-riddled workday, were finishing up at an old storage facility. "Hey, Henry, how much longer are you going to be up there?" one of them yelled, staring up at the open hatch leading to the attic. He kept rubbing his eyes as dust constantly fell from the ceiling beams. Suddenly, a short scream echoed from the attic, followed by strange mooing sounds. The mooing continued, accompanied by frantic footsteps and intermittent crashes. Dust and sawdust rained down even more heavily from the rotting beams. "Henry, what's going on up there?" the worker called out, confused, barely looking up. The rotting boards couldn't handle another impact, and the thrashing worker on the attic floor crashed through, falling 5 feet to the concrete below. His colleague rushed over to him. Henry was still convulsing, flailing like a fish out of water, continuing to emit muffled sounds. "Henry, what happened?" the worker screamed, holding his friend's wrists, trying to pull his hands away from his face, where they seemed glued. Only now did the worker notice that Henry's entire face was covered in a strange white substance, mixed with blood in some places. A white thread shot down from the hole in the ceiling and stuck to the uninjured worker's back, yanking him upward. His blood-curdling scream brought the other 3 workers running. They gathered around the corpse on the floor, looking up into the dark void of the attic. A dark green mass suddenly dropped from above. It landed gracefully on flexible legs, and in an instant, the creature turned one of the 3 men into a helpless white cocoon. The monster was about to attack the remaining 2 when a familiar voice stopped it. "Stop!" Sarah shouted as she entered the warehouse and saw the horrific scene. "Don't touch them!" The creature froze in place for a moment, and in that time, the shocked workers, finally realizing the danger, bolted. The spider werewolf remained still for a moment longer, then began aiming at the fleeing men with 2 of its 4 abdomens. A brilliant burst of flame shot across the warehouse, blocking the web threads, instantly turning them into a thick black goo that splattered onto the floor. Sarah stood with her hand outstretched, engulfed in fire. The monster, which had no intention of attacking its creator, realized her hostile intent and aimed all 4 of its deadly weapons at her, releasing a barrage of corrosive adhesive. The threads touched her clothing for a split second before turning black and scattering in all directions. Now, Sarah resembled a massive torch. Flames poured from every inch of her skin. She wore no clothes anymore, but it was as if she were dressed. Her skin, melting like wax, hung from her body like a long, draping cloak. Sarah advanced on the creature. The spider werewolf began to retreat, firing webs at the flaming girl. But none of the threads reached her, unable to penetrate the barrier of fire. Cornered, the monster began climbing the wall, trying to escape from its relentless pursuer. Realizing that if the beast made it out of the building, she wouldn't be able to catch it, Sarah unleashed a powerful burst of fire, severing one of her flaming arms at the shoulder. Grabbing the detached limb with her remaining hand, she hurled it at the creature. The arm struck the monster's shell and spread across its body as a searing liquid fire. Clinging to the wall with 2 of its legs, the monster tried to shake off the flames with the other 2, but the fire spread quickly across its entire body. Burning liquid poured through its bursting eyes, seeping into the creature's insides. The monster fell from the wall. A wide street was soaked in blood. In the middle of the horrific battlefield stood the destroyer. As if celebrating its victory, it tossed whole bodies into the air, and with its whirling blades, sent bloody fountains spraying toward the sky. Striding through the carnage came a young man in a spiked leather jacket. He walked through the piles of corpses without even looking down, his feet passing through the bodies as if they weren't there. "I've come to kill you, Destroyer," Alex said as he approached the steel giant. The blades on the Destroyer's body spun into action, and it charged at its smaller opponent, ready to tear him apart. But when it reached Alex, the monster passed right through him, crashing to the bloody road, tearing up and scattering the asphalt. The Destroyer turned and tried again to kill Alex. This time, missing once more, it punched a huge hole through a nearby building. The exhausted monster charged over and over, but each time it passed through Alex's nearly intangible body. Realizing the futility of its attacks, the creature changed tactics. Standing close to Alex, it swung its blades once more, but they couldn't touch his form. Alex stepped even closer to the bewildered creature, reached out his hand, and pushed it through the Destroyer's armor. Materializing his hand only at the wrist, Alex grasped the beating heart of his creation. Using his other hand, he plunged it into the monster and ripped the arteries connected to the heart with a powerful pull. The Destroyer shuddered, its spinning blades slowing. Clutching its chest with both hands, it collapsed to the ground. Alex finally arrived back at Jane's house. He made his way to the correct floor, and without bothering to open the door, he simply passed through it. Just moments before, the young man had spent 10 minutes trying to enter the building. His hand had kept slipping through the door handle, and only after a monumental effort of will had he managed to open it. Only then had he realized that the door wasn't actually an obstacle for him. Approaching Jane's apartment, he heard a familiar voice call out to him from behind. It was Sarah, still engulfed in flames. Along the way, she had tried to douse herself by pouring whatever water she could find over her burning body. Thanks to that, she had managed to partially extinguish the flames. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been alive. Alex was horrified by the sight of her. Missing an arm, her body deformed and riddled with scars and craters, shockingly thin, dressed only in the hardened wax of her own melted skin, which draped over her lower body like a long skirt. Her shoulders and head, covered in melted hair, still flickered with destructive fire. "My monster is dead," Sarah said, brushing a large drop of skin away from her eye. "The Destroyer is too," Alex replied, then passed through the wall. Using an immense effort to solidify the atoms of his hand, Alex managed to slide the latch and let Sarah into the apartment. Once inside, they were surprised by what they saw. None of the electronics, the TV, the stereo, the refrigerator had survived. Instead, pieces of these appliances and shards of their plastic casings littered the floor. A door opened, and Jane emerged from her room. She was wearing a robe stained with dirt, soot, oil, and blood. Her hair had been messily hacked off. On her head was a metal headband with a blinking light and several wires that ran directly under her skin. Her entire left arm was wrapped in a dirty bedsheet. "I've made up my mind," she said solemnly to her confused friends. "Everyone dies eventually. I decided that before I go, I want to become something no one has ever been or will ever be, even at this cost. I realized my tragedy is actually my gift. I can't live with it, but I can die with dignity. Let's go," she said, leading them back into her room. Following her inside, they were greeted by a strange sight. The room was filled with wires, gears, and pipes. In one corner lay a small pile of bloody flesh. On the bed were odd items. They looked like armor, or more likely parts of an exoskeleton, though they didn't seem like they could provide protection. A mechanical arm, 2 legs, and a torso, all disjointed, lay there, composed of tubes connected by intricate mechanisms. "You're going to wear this?" Sarah asked in disbelief. "It's too small, even for you. You couldn't even fit your arm in one of those legs." "In the fight against the Lord of Flesh, I don't need to wear anything over my body," Jane replied. "After all, flesh is under his control. I need to rid myself of it and find a replacement. The only part of the body the creature can't control is bone." With that, she unwrapped the bandages from her left arm and extended it. It was a mechanical arm like the one on the bed, but built around Jane's bones. Metal tubes encased her shoulder, forearm, hand, and each finger, matching her bones perfectly. "I've cut all the flesh off my arm. I can't feel pain anymore, and the muscle is barely attached to the bone anyway." "At first I was worried I'd have to boil myself," Jane explained. "The stone gave me extensive knowledge, which helped me create all of this. It moves like a real arm, controlled remotely for now. But once I replace my entire body, I'll switch to a more reliable system." "Sarah," she turned to her friend, "please help me. As for you, Alex, I'm going to ask you to leave. There's no point in a ghost hanging around, and I don't want you to see this." Obediently, Alex disappeared into the wall. "How much longer?" he called out after a few hours. "We're not done yet," came the reply. "But you can come in. Everything you shouldn't see has already been cut away." Tired of waiting, Alex slipped into the room. The entire place was drenched in blood and littered with small pieces of flesh. Sarah, now even more melted, sat on the bed holding a strange box with 2 tubes, each containing a lens, connected by numerous wires. Jane sat beside her, though what sat there was more of a skeleton encased in metal. Her limbs were bones reinforced with steel rods. Her chest was ribs connected by a complex but highly flexible system of pistons. Her spine was bolted to a flexible frame. Under Jane's ribs, above the pelvic bone, was a significantly modified car battery taken from her father's vehicle. Her bare skull was exposed. Part of it had been sawed off. Lying next to the bed on the floor was her brain. From the box Sarah was holding came Jane's voice. "Now carefully insert the box into the skull, so that the cameras fit into the eye sockets." Following these and the subsequent instructions, Sarah placed the electronic brain into Jane's head, threading the wires through drilled holes and securing them to the skull's surface with tape. Then, she replaced the bone lid and screwed it shut. Finally, the procedure was done. Jane stood up, walked back and forth across the room, jumped around, and performed various movements to make sure that the technology wouldn't fail her at a critical moment in the upcoming battle. "The Lord of Flesh is no more dangerous to me than an ordinary human now," her voice echoed from inside the skull. "Then let's go find him," Alex said. "You really think?" Jane snapped. "I'm going out looking like this?" With that, she stepped out onto the balcony and returned holding a makeshift wig, carefully crafted from her own hair. Imagining how she would destroy the creature, Jane had envisioned herself with hair still on her head, and the stone had taught her how to attach the hair properly to a fabric base. She covered her skull with glue and put the wig on. Over the metal-bound ribs, Jane slipped on a black, long-sleeved blouse, her favorite corset, which cinched her rigid torso tightly, accentuating the bony shape beneath. She donned a lace skirt, sewn onto a crooked hoop that attached perfectly to her pelvic bones. She looked in the mirror and said, "Now I'm ready." Jane then rolled up her sleeve and checked a small screen mounted on her metal arm. A rotating, compass-like needle spun across the screen, with a fluctuating number in the center. "A handy little thing," she explained when Sarah asked, "What's that?" "The large needle always points to the Lord of Flesh, and the number is the distance to him. We'll find him quickly. Let's go hunt him down. I'll just grab my weapon." Jane bent down and pulled a long iron scythe from under the bed. Seeing the surprised looks on Alex and Sarah's faces, looks that seemed to say, "We thought it would be something more powerful." Jane pressed a button on the handle, and the sharp blade began to spin rapidly, sliding into a narrow groove designed for it beneath the scythe's edge. Two homeless men were lying in an alley near a dumpster, passing a bottle of booze back and forth, watching the road and discussing the strange events of the day. A young man walked past their alley, his form rippling and slightly transparent with every gust of wind. One of the men grew uneasy, but the other pointed to the bottle and waved it off. Yet the young man suddenly walked straight through a streetlight pole. The drunks screamed in terror. The young man looked in their direction, smirked, and said, "What, never seen a ghost before? You'll be one too someday." A moment later, a melting, flame-engulfed girl appeared from around the corner. Pointing her one arm at the terrified men, she added, "That is, unless you end up burning in hell first." Behind her came a skeleton woman dressed in black, a scythe resting on her shoulder. Without moving her torso, she slowly turned her skull toward them, and in a grim, calm voice said, "But don't worry, I'm not here for you. Yet." At last, these beings, once human, reached their target. Walking down a narrow, deserted street, darkened by the shadow of a tall building, Jane suddenly stopped. "Wait." She pointed at the compass screen, the needle shifting quickly toward the monster. The rapid movement meant only one thing. The Lord of Flesh was close by. In the center of the needle, next to the M symbol, the digits lit up, 124. "He's really close," Jane whispered to her companions. "Just there, on the road around the corner. This is my battle. Each of you faced your creature alone. I'll do the same. Stay here and don't make a sound. Whether your bodies are ghostly or melting, he still has power over them." Gripping her scythe tightly, Jane stepped out from the shadows. In the middle of the wide street, strewn with wrecked cars and shapeless chunks of flesh, stood the Lord of Flesh, his back to Jane. He was in the midst of reshaping yet another victim. Jane surveyed the results of her dreadful curse. The most horrifying thing was that many of these twisted forms were still alive. A strange creature ran past her in a panic. Its shoulders hung down to its waist, and its arms were glued tightly to its legs. Above the waist, the body had been torn open, exposing its internal organs beneath its bare ribs. Despite that, a fully intact head sat atop its spine, twisted in a grimace of agony. Crawling along the ground nearby was another monster. Once a young man, now it had only a single two-fingered hand and a leg with joints reversed. Its head, lying sideways, was completely flat on one side, making it rest naturally on the ground. The remnants of another hand and leg, no longer functional, protruded from its back like a twisted ridge. Far ahead, two hands struggled to support a body with a neck that grew into two interconnected legs, ending with a head at the far end. The poor man had spent the last hour lifting the weight of his body off the ground, trying to balance it on his pelvis's legs, and was now straining not to collapse. Two conjoined torsos moved on four long, shared legs. Worse yet was the massive hunk of flesh sprouting a forest of limbs from various people. Without a mouth between them, they could not agree on where to go. There were many more of these grotesque, dying creatures surrounding Jane, and some perished right before her eyes. She marched resolutely toward her creation, gripping her scythe with both hands, her finger hovering over the button that would spin the blade. The Lord of Flesh continued warping his current victim. He was stretching the person, their gender and age indistinguishable, into a long pole, gradually twisting it into a spiral. "I've been expecting you, Creator," the Lord of Flesh rasped without turning. At last we meet again. Why aren't you happy to see me?" Jane kept moving toward the monster. The Lord slowly turned to face her. "You've come to destroy me?" The creature chuckled. "I know all my siblings are dead. The werewolf you turned into a spider has burned away, amusingly enough, and the destroyer has lost its heart. But do you really want to kill me? I understand why the burning fool decided to slay her creature. She never understood monsters anyway. No matter how she tried to embellish it, hers was just a big green spider in the end. The destroyer was a bit more interesting. Life inside, metal outside, a decent creation, modeled after you. Quite intriguing, although to me it's just a machine. You could build one like it without the stone. So I doubt the boy felt much attachment to it. But me? You created me, not a beast, not a machine, not some combination of the two." The Lord extended one of his 4 hands and waved it in front of him. "This bloodied flesh, shamelessly displayed for all to see, tells my future victims that skinning is the least of their worries. These bone spikes on my head, these muscles woven into a fine cloak. These are the marks of the power over flesh that you gave me when you named me with such a fearsome title. You didn't create me as some animal born of other animals, or a machine built by humans, but as a being that doesn't belong to this world. You didn't write a story for me, yet I feel as though I've existed forever, as if I am the one who truly controls the transformation of flesh in this world. I pull limbs from lumps of meat. I give bodies temporary strength and beauty, only to snatch it away again, to shrivel them, stretch them, rot them, and turn them to dust. I am the master of all living matter, seated at the right hand of death in her grim halls. And now I've been unleashed into the world, unbound by rules or limits, reshaping flesh at my whim. I am a demon vampire, not rooted in this mortal realm, leaving no footprints as I walk, but still leaving a bloody trail wherever I go. My cloak is soaked in my own blood, and that of my countless victims. I'm a creature of another realm, yet created to destroy this one. And you made me not just a destroyer, but a creator, granting me the freedom to mold flesh, however I choose. You allowed me to alter and perfect bodies aesthetically, though it's a pity that they aren't always viable. That's exactly it. You kill them, Jane said. I'm not a killer or a torturer, the Lord corrected. I'm an artist. You know that. You designed me this way. Yes, of course, I don't mind taking lives. Yes, I sometimes enjoy tormenting people, but more emotionally than physically scaring them, watching their reactions to the changes in their bodies. Pain is just a side effect. What matters to me is what I make of them. I'm a sculptor of flesh, not merely molding figures from meat, but building my masterpieces on the foundations of life itself, granted by God or nature. You can't imagine the beauty of breaking down the structure of a body and reassembling it according to my own design. Watching a pitiful yet beautiful creature struggle to comprehend its new form. What happens to someone who, born with 4 limbs and a head, suddenly finds themselves in a completely alien body? They might lose their mind, commit suicide, or try to survive in their altered form. Will their mind adapt? I suppose you created me as a philosopher as well, didn't you? But your creations don't survive. An hour, 5 hours, maybe 10, eventually they all die quickly, Jane retorted. A year, 10 years, 50, 100. They all die quickly, the Lord responded. But I agree, we missed the mark there. Your thirst for vengeance overshadowed your desire for this dark art. But I don't blame you. The stone had its influence on you. An imperfect creator begets an imperfect creation. You predetermined me to be a killer, and I predetermined my victims for swift death. It's simple. But in every other aspect you did well. Look at me, Creator. Look at the majesty you've bestowed upon me. 2 pairs of hands, these eyes, the spikes in my crown, these growths and protrusions. You've made me so powerful that I can even turn my creative power inward and transform myself. Despite the curse you've placed on me, which condemns my creations to die quickly, I am perfect. You, my artist, have made me flawless. But I see you've kept up with me. I'm not master over bone, but I know its worth. You look like death herself. When I was born, you were beautiful. Now you are even more so. Bone is magnificent. It's a pity I cannot make it even better. I became this to kill you. Jane's voice was steely. You'd throw your masterpiece into the fire just because others claim it brings evil. Is it so wrong that you gave the world a being capable of changing much of it, adding variety to the lives of people who wake up in the same body every morning? You only altered yourself when you realized you had the rarest chance to become something else. The world is disenfranchised, dead. I'm not talking about belief in God. The transcendent, if it exists, might occasionally bring forth miracles. But these are directed, one-time wonders that often go unnoticed. A couple of witnesses write about it in a book, and people wonder, did it happen? No. In a world with a living God, the world is dead. I'm speaking of the natural magic of the world itself, an innate magic, not tied to higher or lower beings, but bursting forth from the very fabric of nature. Miracles should be open and accessible to all, not a secret. Even the stone doesn't quite offer this. Bury it for 1,000 years, and it will just become a myth. But I am a living miracle, a force of life within a dead world. Would you destroy me? Deprive the world of its magic? Deny people the chance for change? And rob yourself of your own creation, your dark counterpart that embodies the most sinister part of your mind? Don't flatter yourself, Lord of Flesh. There's nothing to boast about, Jane said coldly. You consider yourself a being from another world, but I never envisioned you that way. Physically, you are merely flesh. Spiritually, you are nothing more than the embodiment of the stone's power and my imagination. The world and death manage just fine without you. They have no need of you. People, for the most part, would rather live longer than experience the novelty you offer, and then die. As for creativity, yes, you are a creator, but also a creation, a product of my twisted imagination and perverted aesthetics. There's nothing beyond what was in my thoughts when I made you. It is only through your connection to my thoughts that you create at all. Your understanding of the Creator and the created speaks to my point exactly, the Lord replied. Everything I've told you is something you would have said if you were in my place. Haven't you imagined yourself many times as a being from elsewhere, a fallen demon, deprived of true power? You aren't a demon or a vampire, but it's essential for you to believe you are. This is what made you who you are. Your friend, Sarah, on the other hand, never transcended the world. And what did she end up creating? Out of the infinite possibilities, she chose a simple spider. Similarly, I, not being anything more than what you conceived, identify with my ideal. By doing so, I rise above my role as a mere killer to become an artist. But even as I claim myself to be a creator, I challenge your notion. I am more than what you imagined. If you think you fully conceptualized me, then tell me, how many fibers are in the muscles of my arm? Oh no, you can't. You understand, don't you? The human mind is so limited that it cannot fully grasp even the reality it perceives. When you see a table, you close your eyes and think you remember the same table. But where is the tiny scratch you overlooked? You think of a sign, a diagram, a simplified version of the table that refers you back to the real table, just as a painter omits the swarming microscopic life in the air. In the same way, when you plan something to be realized, you never account for all the small details. You envisioned a hand without skin, as if saying, "Let the hand appear not as I imagined it, but as it would be if I saw it in the real world." In the same way, you created my consciousness. You merely commanded me to be a thinking and creative being. The full breadth of those infinitely vast concepts didn't come from you, but from reality itself, through the power of the stone. I am a true creator, no less free than you yourself. As the Lord of Flesh spoke, he rose higher and higher into the air, his bloody mantle no longer touching the ground. Suddenly he swooped down and bowed deeply. "And yet, I kneel before you, my creator. I will not accept death without a fight, but I know you can defeat me. However, there is another way. You and I are one, and I believe you will understand me. We who long to be something greater, higher than what we are, will never fully achieve our desires. But we can live in the illusion of it. I am a powerful being, not entirely independent, acting only through the thoughts of my Creator. You who brought me into existence are ready to create as I create, but lack the magical power to do so. Let us join forces. Together, we could truly become like the great forces of life and death, reigning over the world, creating and destroying as we see fit. We will take the stone. Surely you now realize it is more than a mere instrument of vengeance. The stone is nearly omnipotent. The inscriptions on it were made by people who knew nothing of true magic and wrongly believed it had only one purpose. With it, we can eliminate our imperfections. You could free me from my curse of death, and we could create beings capable of living in their new forms. Its power would restore your flesh, returning the sensations you've lost, which might even deepen your understanding of flesh. We would become the gods of this world, not distant gods, but immanent ones. We could reshape the world however we desire, and I would follow your will. I won't harm the people you care about if you command it. Isn't this what you've dreamed of? You chose death before, because you didn't realize you had access to such power. I know you because I am you. I know that when choosing between life and death, you easily picked death, just to prove to yourself and others that life held no sway over you. But now the choice is different. It's between death or power. There is no dull third option. So what will you do? Will you make your dream a reality? Or will you, by killing me with that marvelous scythe, kill your own chance at power, and find yourself not only without others' flesh, but without your own, and simply extinguish yourself, leading to instant death? You can't even choose an interesting death now. No poison, no cutting of veins. The choice is yours. And if you fear that I will deceive you, remember that I think as you do. You, who know what it's like to live in constant hope for power, would never betray anyone in such a matter. Jane stood frozen in confusion. From around the corner, Sarah and Alex appeared, shouting at her to stop, to kill the creature and not give in. Jane took a step toward the monster, gripping the scythe tightly in her hands. The Lord of Flesh, lowering himself to the ground, mentally drew the scattered pieces of flesh toward his hand, forming them into a long whip. For a moment, he stood ready for battle. Then, when only a few feet separated them, he dramatically tossed the whip aside and, gazing into Jane's eyes, extended one of his 4 bloody hands toward her. Jane approached the creature. She released her grip on the scythe, letting it clatter to the asphalt. She extended her skeletal hand and firmly grasped the Lord's. "I agree. she whispered. Turning to Alex's ghostly form and Sarah, who had thinned down to mere bones, she addressed them. "I'm sorry, but I can't turn this down. I never even dreamed of something like this. Perhaps I can help you." "Lord, can we help them?" she asked the creature. "No," replied the monster. "The stone could have saved them, but it's too late. They have only minutes left." "I'm sorry," Jane shouted one last time, gripping the Lord of Flesh's hand tighter, and began walking with him down the road. "How would you like me to transform the next person we encounter?" the Lord asked his creator. "I want to try building a body around an inanimate framework," she replied. "Have you ever done that before?" "I've only made a human lamppost so far, but I think together we can create something far more interesting." With cries of desperation, Alex and Sarah tried to chase after the slowly walking Jane and the creature. The delicate bones in Sarah's legs snapped with a loud crack, sending her tumbling to the ground. Alex, panicking, flew to her side, bending over her burning skeletal frame. A final burst of light flared up, illuminating the area in a brilliant glow. A column of hot air shot skyward, and the force of it dispersed Alex's ghostly form into the wind.